Well, good morning and welcome to the Banks Homes Riverside for the Rothesay County Championship game between Durham and Sussex. News from the toss is that Sussex have won the toss and elected to bat first on what looks like an absolute beauty of a pitch. You can see from your pictures there is a green tinge to it, but that will soon fade off. And I think on the overheads, he might have bowled first, but Simpson knows that this wicket will flatten out, so they'll be looking to bat once and bat well. You're with Ash Thorpe and Rob Rush with you today. There'll be a few changes as the days go on, Rob, but do you want to take us through the teams?
Absolutely, mate. So Durham, Alex Lees and Emilio Gay opening the batting, Colin Ackerman and Will Rhodes in that 3-4 engine room. Ollie Robinson with the gloves, Graham Clark, Baz Delay, first appearance of the season for him, George Rizal, Ben Rain, Matthew Potts, and Sam Connors makes his county championship debut for the club. Just a word on Ben McKinney. He was named in the squad, but if you were with us on Friday night, you would have seen he took a flush blow to the head against Yorkshire. Was fine to carry on throughout that game, but woke up yesterday feeling a bit sore and has been showing symptoms of concussion, therefore is not eligible to play in this game. Sussex, Tom Haynes, Philip Hughes, not Phil Hughes, Daniel Hughes, Tom Clark, Alex Coles, Dan Ibrahim, John Simpson, Finn Hudson-Prentice, Jack Carson, Ollie Robinson. We got Ollie Robinson v Ollie Robinson in this game, that. Ash. This bloke called Jofra Archer, have you heard of him?
Jofra? No, not familiar with Jofra.
Jofra Archer, and then Sussex have your debutant
Gurinder Sandhu, yeah. Bit of a journeyman in Australian cricket. Started off at New South Wales, now up at Queensland, and has been around the franchise circuit. Very handy, big, tall seamer. Daniel Hughes, another one from New South Wales.
He's been a really good signing.
Outstanding, especially in white ball cricket. His white ball record in Australia is incredible. And very unlucky not to.
He was very crucial to Sussex having a good run in the Blast last year. I think making it to finals day, knocking off Lancs in the quarterfinals. I think Hughes had a decent knock there as well.
It's going to be Ben Rain to open the bowling. He's going to come in from the Lumley end, and Hughes immediately walks down the pitch, and Ben Rain sticks one up his snoz. First ball. I like that. It's a good start. Everybody's got a big smile on their face.
Solid.
It's got the day off to an excellent start. 3 slips in place. Got George Drizzle at first, Colin Ackerman at second, and Emilio Gay with the double teapot at third slip.
I wonder how long Emilio is going to rock the short sleeves before he calls for his jumper.
It is warm, but there's a really strong breeze blowing across the ground. Hughes again, just on the wander.
Worth mentioning as well, Ash, as we get underway, Kookaburra ball.
Yes.
2 rounds, not the Dukes.
All the players relishing the thought of that, especially the bowling groups. Love the Kookaburra ball. And its non-existent seam for English conditions. We'll have to dig out the pictures that we got of Matthew Potts and Daniel Hogg's match balls with the Kookaburra ball from last year. Just left alone by Hughes.
I remember that Potts one.
Yeah. It was, it looked like the dog had had it for a couple of weeks.
Dog's probably still had it ever since.
Who have we? Men in the white coats today, Peter Hartley and Tom Lungley. Match referee is James Whittaker. Good pitch. Had a good chat with Victor Main before the start of play, the head groundsman. 6 millimetres of grass on this one, and he expects it to change colour pretty quickly. Hughes on the walk again, and solid in defence. I'm wondering if Ollie Robinson is thinking about getting the helmet out and trying to keep Daniel Hughes in his crease. Bit of cat and mouse here to start off the day. Day one. The wind blowing across the ground from the Don Robson Pavilion across the Lumley Castle from the west.
We'll have to get your favourite flag up, won't we?
Yeah, we will. It's blustering beautifully in the breeze. Blowing from right to left across your screens. A good area that from Rain. And a good leave from Hughes. So Durham come into this on the back of a pretty solid T20 campaign. Sitting in second place in the North Group.
I think third, unfortunately, after Lancs.
Oh, did they get up, did they?
Lancs dismantling Derbyshire, I think.
That's right.
So they pip I think maybe only on net run
None
rate.
run right, yeah.
But still, third, very good position, 5 from 8 to open the blast.
A little bit wide from Rain, allowed through to the keeper, ends over number 1. And something that you will see, not for the first time or the last time today, will be a Ben Rain maiden over.
Unsurprisingly, Matthew Potts is going to open up from the Finkel end. Back with Durham after a stint in all of England's squads to start the summer. Not picked for the opening test down at Headingley, but England's loss is Durham's gain. He can truck in now to Tom Haynes. There, Ash.
Yeah.
He's had a bit of success. He's had a fair bit of success with the Kookaburra ball.
Yeah, he doesn't mind it. What he does have the advantage of is he has a little bit of ball speed and a lot of will. He will run in hard no matter what ball he has in his hand. Just talking about the T20 campaign, Sussex also off to a similar start. They sit in third position in the South Group. So both teams had a little bit of success there in the first block.
I think Sussex quite happy they didn't have a game on the Friday night and having to travel all the way up on Saturday after a game.
Oh, yeah.
Potts around the wicket to Haynes. Immediately on the money, as you'd expect.
Lots of left-handed top-order batters on show in this game.
Yeah, 2 left-handers here for Sussex. Obviously, Durham's opening pair left-handed. Be interested to see if Will Rhodes bats 3 like he did for Warwickshire, if he does come in at 4. Maybe depending on how much he has a bowl for Durham in that first innings.
Yeah, there's some good options there, isn't there?
Haynes tucks that to Rain at mid-on. Good to see Sam Connors finally able to pull on the whites for the first time in competitive cricket. Has been ramping up his recovery in the 2s. Finally gets his opportunity to show what he can do at his new home ground.
Yeah, he was on the brink of breaking through after his initial injury and then sneezed and redid his side injury about a month ago. It's a warm welcome to everybody on the stream. Keep those comments coming through. And if you'd like to, click the like and subscribe button. That'll keep you up to date with everything Durham cricket on the YouTube channel. All the streams, all the player interviews, all the coach interviews. But a warm welcome to all of our Sussex viewers as well.
I think streaming at durhamcricket.co.uk is the email if you want to get in touch with us. Pot settling into a nice line in length straight away.
Just working on a couple of issues with our camera angles at the moment, so please bear with us. The wind and just a couple of issues, but we're doing the very best we can with some scaffolding issues that we have going on at the moment. And Stevie, well, he's not very strong. He's a vegetarian. He's up on the roof doing his very best at the moment.
That's a strong way to get the scoring underway. Full from Potts and pushed out through point for 4.
Yes, solid square drive from Haynes. Gets the scoreboard moving for Sussex. It's interesting, this pitch is rock hard and very little grass. It looks like there's a load of grass on, but there isn't. It's an even covering, so it should be a good pitch to bat on. It's in immaculate condition, considering we had some big thunderstorms in the area last night.
Four without loss.
Yeah, solid over that from Potts and from Haynes. Looks in good touch.
Think Ollie Robinson has just called for the helmet. Have it ready.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. If Daniel Hughes keeps wandering out of his crease, that's an option.
Yeah, fresh pitch, this one. I think there was some debate with the ground staff about potentially using the one that was that was used on Friday, but making the call yesterday to go with a fresh one.
That's driven beautifully through extra cover by Hughes. This will be a test for the outfield. And the ball wins the race to the Toblerones. Lovely shot from Daniel Hughes. Gets him off the mark. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about playing first-class cricket on used pitches. I think it should have to be a fresh pitch.
I'm not a fan for first-class games either. I think, as I say, it should be a fresh pitch, unless you really can't avoid having to go on a used pitch.
Yeah.
But
there's no real excuses on the county circuit. The amount of pitches on all the squares, and that's delicately played. Just opens the face Hughes and runs it down to the third man region, where Bustalida making his first appearance in whites for the season for Durham. Dutch international.
First appearance all season, I
think. Struggled with a back injury during the off-season. Made a few appearances for the Netherlands and now got the whites on for Durham. Bring Haynes on strike for his first ball against Ben Rain, and right on the money and well defended by Haynes.
Everywhere else around the country is up and running. Every single team that won the toss has decided to bat, bar one. Lancashire winning the toss against Kent and deciding to have a bowl with Jimmy Anderson as standing captain for the next 2 days. Well, next 2 games, sorry.
Yeah, Mark's just asking. This is a fresh pitch, mate. This one hasn't been used. Chopped on! Ben Rain picks up a huge wicket early for Durham. And Haynes throws his head back in disgust as he tries to flash a square drive and manages to chop it onto off stump. And Sussex are 1 down. Ben Rain has the early breakthrough. 9 on the board. Haynes goes for 4, bowled by Ben Rain.
I thought that was an inside edge that was going to travel past the stumps. That's why I went with the gasp when I saw the bail had been removed. I think you said it, Ash. Not a bad toss to lose just before we came on air.
Yeah, I love chatting to Vic, and Vic will no doubt be on at some stage during the stream as well. But the groundsmen are saying at the moment is, Don't even look at the pitch, have a look at the overhead conditions, and that'll give you an indication on where you're looking to go. We're going to have another left-hander join us out in the middle. As Tom Clark strides out to the wicket. Both teams full of left-handers at the top of the order.
Sussex have an abnormal amount of toms. They have a lot of toms.
A lot of toms? How many have we got today? 1, 2... Just the 2 today.
They've reined it back in, but I think during some earlier games they had about 4 or 5 toms.
You can hear that scaffolding having a little...
I thought that was your knees,
wobble
mate.
up the top. Probably is too. Did some laps yesterday, I'll tell you. I think at one stage it hit the 17,000 step mark. That wasn't even near the end of the game. Ben Rain's going to continue around the wicket, as you would expect. To Clark, left-handed, tall at the crease. Maybe it's that square of the wicket, and Deleda does the fielding. Just a little discussion there. I think they're going to bring Emilio Gay out of the slip region and just put him in a catching cover position. Just off your screen to the right.
Looking for that mistimed drive. They'll just pop up.
Shout, half shout, 3/4 shout. Nothing really in that one. Ben Rain ends the over. A successful over. 5 came from it, but an important wicket. Sussex 9 for 1.
Absolutely. Haynes as well has the ability to play really long knocks, really go big once he's in, and he's played for the Lions recently in their warm-up against India A. Has been talks of him potentially getting senior recognition, so important that Durham removed him, and of course it was only ever going to be Ben Rain to pick up that first wicket of the game.
He's a machine, isn't he?
Looks like we've got some camera angles back up and running. Shout from Potts for LBW this time.
I wonder if there was a little nick on that. That's a great area from Potts.
Got a wry smile on his face.
Looks like he's gone all FIFA, you know, when you can create your own character and you get your own, the wristbands and
the wristbands,
the tape and...
Is it zinc? Is it the zinc?
Yeah, he's got a little bit of zinc going on and a very average moustache as well, if I must say. I'm sure that Holly, his fiancée, is absolutely thrilled with that.
I think his teammates are getting a bit of stick for it as well. Good area again. It's important with the Kookaburra ball to make sure that your opponents can't get off to a fast start with the ball. You want to try and pin them down, and that is what, from Alex Lees' point of view, being able to just chuck the ball to Rain and Potts and just say, away you go, lads, is kind of a dream, really. You don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, you've got to make them play, haven't you? You can't let this Kookaburra ball, the new ball, be wasted.
Potts does exactly that. We'll definitely see a little bit of George, well, not a little bit, a fair bit of George as well throughout this game. For Durham, Sussex going with Coles and Carson as their spin options.
Captain and wicketkeeper Simpson, another left-hander.
Good areas still from Potts.
John Simpson's unbelievable player. Like, how's he never been any... I mean, I know England are like ridiculously blessed with wicketkeeper batsmen. But he's a gun keeper and he just churns them out. I think he's an incredible signing for Sussex. Always liked John Simpson as a cricketer.
Yeah, he got that opportunity during the COVID-affected Pakistan series, but it's kind of his fleeting appearance, unfortunately for him, is that's a lovely drive from Hughes that will bring him another 4. Slightly, I mean, it's not really slightly overpitched from Potts. Like you say, you've got to make him play, and Hughes just extended the bat through and beats the dive of Alex Lees at mid-off.
I don't think that was a bad ball at all. It's the first one I've really seen have a little bit of shape to it, and fair play to Hughes. He's hit that on the rise through extra cover.
Yeah, Simpson had those 3 ODIs against Pakistan in 2021, I want to say.
Right.
And yeah, just hasn't had a look in since.
I think he's an absolute gun.
Just that lovely cover drive for 4 from the over, 13 for 1.
Yeah, it was a decent over again from Potts, but yeah, Hughes played it pretty nicely. It's that half shout early in the over. That's what you've got to do. You've got to keep pitching it up, keep challenging the stumps. Must be nice and warm out there. Akers has just got rid of a layer.
Helmet is out in case Hughes or Clark want to keep coming down the pitch to Rain.
Grant Flower, part of the Sussex coaching staff, just down in front of us. That's driven away square of the wicket. And Graham Clark, not put off by the wind, floppy hat on. The rest in traditional Durham caps.
Him and Bedingham are the two you can always pretty much bank on having.
McKinney likes a floppy as well. Nice areas, good lengths, good line from Ben Rain. Well played by Tom Clark, yet to get off the mark.
Yeah. Speaking of Bedingham, he's touring Zimbabwe with South Africa along with Cody Youssef. So Durham going in with no overseas for this round of fixtures.
News as well that Neil Wagner won't be joining up with Durham, having a calf injury. It's a real shame. Durham just having no luck at the moment with their overseas, especially their fast bowlers. Cody Youssef ruled out of the second innings of the game at Somerset, I think it was against, with concussion. Ben McKinney missing this game with concussion. He did get a good whack in the head on Friday night. Shouts if I've got it from the skipper at mid-off. There's a lot of interest in Jofra Archer, but we have our own speedster in this neck of the woods, and Mark Wood is just having wandered around with fast bowling consultant for England, Neil Colleen, over next to the old scoreboard. We'll see if we can get a camera shot of Woody's spaghetti legs walking around the boundary. Oh, and a little bit of shape away from the left-hander and a good leave. Wood building up his fitness, hoping to return at the back end of the India series, with an eye, no doubt, on a winter tour to Australia.
Hopefully opens up potential opportunity to pull on some Durham Whites.
You never know. It's been a while. Oh, that's really nice from Ben Rain.
I think 2022 would have been 21 or 22 is the last time Woody played
another maiden over.
First class cricket for Durham.
Yeah, I watched him play. It might have been then. He played a game against Warwickshire. There he is, spaghetti legs, along with Neil Colleen. He played against Warwickshire here, and he bowled genuinely quick. Real quick. But great to see him, well, without any strapping on for one, which is a really good sign.
That's a rare sight.
Yeah.
Mark Wood not strapped up.
Interacting with the crowd as he does. Absolute champion of a man. Trying to get him to come up and do some comms. He was on
with
the test match.
We should have said it to him as we saw him earlier. We should have mentioned.
I did, and he was like, yeah, I'll come up, which was an absolute lie. There's no chance of him coming up.
It's almost as if you've summoned both the speedsters into existence, Ash, or into potential vision as Jofra Archer now makes his way.
He's probably been doing some bowling with Killer as well, to be fair.
Matthew Potts continues his good line and length.
That would be fun for a new look Australian batting lineup, wouldn't it? And potentially in the ashes of having to cope with Wood and Archer.
Mark Wood, Jofra Archer, Bryden Cass, Ben Stokes.
Have a crack. Be good to watch. Shot.
That is carved away through backward point for 4. Hughes looks in good touch.
He's a very, very good player.
Yeah, it's not an overly bad. It's not a bad ball, you'd say, from Potts either. It's just runs onto the bat really nicely, and Hughes obviously feels pretty confident straight away. Why wouldn't you as a top order batter?
Nice little drag back there from Potts. Better than anything I saw him produce in the warm-up.
I think he picked up a last-minute yellow card and a fine.
He did, yeah.
Booting the ball away. Callum Parkinson managed to get booked and he was in goal. So I'm not quite sure
He's
that.
a creature, isn't he? It's good cricket, that. Great areas from Potter, as you could hear the lads backing him. And really nicely played by Hughes, who looks in good touch.
Drizel and Ackerman just take a couple steps closer in that slip cordon.
We're hearing the sad news that Sid Lawrence has passed away this morning after his long battle with motor neuron disease. So thoughts go out to Sid's family and friends. A true loss. Inspirational man, a leader. He's the first black player to represent England. Has unfortunately lost his battle with motor neurons disease this morning.
$17 for 1. Yeah, just after Gloucestershire had just done their Pink for Sid night as well on Friday.
There's lots of good things this year, wasn't there? I'm pleased he was around to see that. There's been some documentary type things involving Sid as well. We've seen the inspirational stories of, there you see that.
That's not a bad pace
quicks,
attack.
Yeah. I'll tell you who'd get all the wickets out of that as well.
Killer.
Killer, yeah. Absolutely.
Well, he'd have Archer and Wood rough him up, and then Killer would just come in and just knock them all over.
They'd play all the shots at Killer. Rain to continue. Good leave. As you can see from the top of your screen, Grant Flower there, keeping an eye on his batting charges. Assistant to Paul Farbrace. Oh, and a little bit of shape from Rain. Attempted drive, a thick inside edge from Clark. He's managed to pick a lovely gap between the keeper and first slip, Grant Flower. Wind really picking up from the west. This one just back of a length. Comfortably played by Clark. Just the two slips in place now. Sussex having won the toss, opting to bat first. We've lost Tom Haynes early, dragging a drive from Ben Rain onto his off stump. Really good again from Rain. What the Durham bowlers have done well this morning is they've made them play a lot of deliveries. There hasn't been many leaves. I have to check with Ross, our producer, make sure Stevie's all right up there. Make sure he's well anchored down, not getting blown away up on top of the media centre. So again, is defended a bit on the walk that time. Tom Clark. Just a discussion here with Ben Rain taking another slip out. huge indication of the lack of movement from the combination of an excellent batting surface and the Kookaburra ball in play. Just one slip, George Drizzle in place, keeping Ollie Robinson company. Oh, and that strikes. Maybe a combination of inside edge and pad, but out of 4 overs, that's made number 3 for Ben Rain. He has 1 for 5. Sussex are 17 for 1.
Ackerman's going to go back in for Potts at second slip. And Hughes on strike. Tuck that down to Will Rhodes at long leg. Back in the Red Bull side after missing the last 2 games before the blast. Admitted hadn't got the runs, hadn't had the bowling opportunities either, and just hadn't quite settled, but back in today, and looks like he's going to go back in. He's going to go back up the order, more similar to where he batted for Warwickshire.
Yeah, it'd be a frustrating start for him. Did okay in the T20 blast.
Found very good form. Almost got Durham over the line and down at Leicestershire, where they almost had no right to win the game. Maiden Durham 50 as well, I think, against Worcestershire on Wednesday. So hopefully can use that confidence to make an impact when called upon. It's also not a bad time to come back into the side when you have got the Kookaburra ball that does a little bit less than the Dukes. I've seen Sam Connors away to our left-hand side at mid-wicket going through some stretches. Potentially not too far away from him having his first competitive bowl in a Durham shirt.
Yeah, I'm excited for him. It's been a long time coming. Really nice young fella. Moving up from Derby. Saw him bowl really well here for Derby last year in the Metro Bank One Day competition.
Did he go off? He went off injured,
and he did, yeah.
Clark's just coming a little bit out of his crease there to that one from Potts.
Yeah, to get off the mark, Clark. It's at 17 balls for him now. Still looks pretty comfortable and composed out there. But those kind of things definitely start playing on your mind a little bit. A bit of joke between Lees and Potts.
Still a little bit of shape there. Well left from Clark.
Seems to be a good vibe out there in the Durham field at the moment. Let's see what happens when the sun comes out and this pitch starts to flatten out. But good to see this morning.
And just 1 from the over, 18 for 1.
Yeah, 8 overs done. 18 on the board, as you said. Hughes on 14 has looked very, very good so far. 3 boundaries to his name. Clark yet to get off the mark. 19 balls he has faced so far. And you can see from your pictures that the wicketkeeper is going to stand up to the stumps. Ollie Robinson, helmet on. With Daniel Hughes on strike. Has started off first ball of the day. He walked down the pitch and Ben Rain fired in a bouncer. Wouldn't have been surprised if Rainey bowls a bouncer here, actually. No, he's right on the money as usual. Just brings a different dynamic as a batter with the keeper standing up, knowing that you can't overbalance out of your crease or even walk down and negate any movement. Just a little bit short in his follow through there, Ben Rain. Rested on Friday night. Can we call him a veteran yet? I mean, is that harsh? Definitely the leader.
I think I'd go. I wouldn't call him a veteran yet.
I'm going to ask him.
It's also whether he'd feel offended by it. I don't know.
Oh, it's a good delivery. Takes the outside edge. When do you get to veteran status? There's a question for you. Is it on age or is it on numbers, like games? It's good from Ben Rain. Don't know, I'll leave that up to you guys watching and listening. Just shy of his 34th birthday, Rainey.
I'd give him 35.
Yeah, is 35 the cut-off, you reckon?
I think 35.
Let's see if I can find some stats on Ben Rain. So you're going to go for age of 35.
I would, yeah.
This is first class match 142 for Ben Rain. Just throwing it out there. Well, I've already thrown it out there, didn't I? I called him a veteran.
Stalwart.
Yeah, I'd go with that. He's played a lot of cricket, a lot of good cricket. And he's the constant for Durham, isn't he? Since the departure of Rushworth, he's been the spiritual leader of this bowling attack. And that is 4 out of 5 maiden overs for Ben Rain. 18 for 1, still on the board. Daniel Hughes on 14. Tom Clark yet to get off the mark. I like that from Ollie Robinson. Good work. I'm sure it was a discussion between everybody. What you don't want to do with the new ball is just have a nick go to the keeper. It's very tough standing up to grab nicks. But then you've got one of the best wicket-keeper batters in the country. And there's a lot of them knocking around in Ollie Robinson.
So got a good display of glove work in this game.
Absolutely.
Clark still patient. Feels like he's just waiting for a bad ball to come so he can get his scoring underway, but he's not been allowed that freedom yet.
Yeah, I like watching body language, and he just looks calm and composed.
There's been nothing frenetic about he's anxious or really going to try push for a single that isn't there to get off the mark. He is just biding his time. And he's finally off the mark. Dab down to Baz Deleda at backward point.
A little bit of confusion between the two batters, but safely negotiated. A little hand up in apology from Clark. Daniel Hughes not interested in the slide. Yeah, all good, mate. No drama. You're in, I'm in. But that'll be a really nice feeling that after 21 balls to get off the mark. Some real effort in that delivery from Potts.
I don't think he knows how to ball a non-effort delivery.
I think he's learning to bowl within himself a little bit, and that again is experience. Can't just bowl every ball.
At 100%.
Yeah. He will give you everything he's got. That is for sure, Matthew Potts.
Touch straight, and he'll go down to Rhodes at long leg. Really trying to target the pads there, which obviously isn't the worst thing with the lack of movement, but it does make you susceptible to being clipped.
Just wondering if a change of angle to over the wicket. It looks...
Well, trying to push it across.
Yeah, all looks pretty comfortable at the moment with the ball coming into the left-hander. I understand that you're trying to target the stumps and create different angles. This last over looks like he's got some good rhythm going. Potts, the legs are working. He's hitting the crease hard.
I wonder if you asked him what he would say about when he knows he's in a good rhythm, because Stuart Broad talks about it a lot. He always talks about the knees going up rather than forwards. Mark Wood talked about it on Sky, I think, yesterday. Just had that gut feel the day before the Headingley Test in 23 that could just feel he was going to bowl rockets. I wonder what makes Potts tick, kind of when he knows he's in a good rhythm. That's played nicely off the back foot. It's going to run away for a couple. Baz Deleda tracking back to the fielding. It'll just be 4 from the over, 22 for 1. But yeah, I'd be interested if you spoke to Potts what he would say when he knows he's in one of those spells or one of those moods.
Yeah.
What's going for him.
Yeah, I think he's another one that really has worked a lot on his fitness and his running technique. He's changed it a little bit. He used to be quite lopey at the start of his run up before he hit kind of the last 4 or 5 strides to really attack the crease. New run up for him. I see Robinson go back now.
I wonder if he's going to immediately come back down the pitch.
2 slips in place for Hughes. So he's driven off the back foot but won't beat Graham Clark. Maybe it is time for a bowling change here. What have we got through so far? 5 overs for each. Ben Rain in his 6th over. 4 of his overs so far today have been maiden overs. That's caught. Oh, it's dropped. Caught and bowled opportunity for Ben Rain. Burst straight through his hands. Big let off for Daniel Hughes. Big let off for Sussex. You can see the disappointment in Durham. Never easy trying to take a catch off your own bowling. But Hughes just a little bit early there. Checking his drive. But he survives.
He was probably just shocked by how early he just got through the shot.
He almost, yeah, it was very jabby. Hughes is normally lovely and fluent with the bat. That one, yeah, he just jabbed at it a little bit early. Still managed to time it pretty nicely. Timed it well enough that it burst through Ben Rain's hands. This time he does walk down the crease and hits it just wide of a tumbling Alex Lees at mid-off, who looks pretty impressed with his work there.
So it's been it's not exactly the easiest turnaround from playing a bunch of T20 games, playing Wednesday, Friday, and then having to switch straight back into 4-day cricket.
Yeah, although it's only 20 overs, physically and mentally, it's very, very draining playing T20 cricket. These guys have literally had yesterday off.
And even though I think they were still in for a quick session.
Yeah, just to change over to the red ball. This one's cut away by Hughes, but won't beat Bustelader. That backward point, good bit of fielding.
I wonder if that's where the fresh faces, Giselle and Deleda, Connors not having played. You can look at it as a negative of, yes, they haven't played a lot, but you can look at it as positive, some fresh energy.
Yeah, they're all part of that excellent win down at Warwickshire in the second team game. Sneaking up. Sam Connors star with the bat.
I think Baz,
that last partnership with Baz.
Yeah, Baz got 77 not out, I think.
Yeah, and Sam Connors stole the show on the last morning. Is that edged? Or is it off the helmet? No, it's off the helmet.
I thought that was bat.
I think it's hit just around to kind of the left ear of Daniel Hughes, and there'll have to be a concussion test here. I'll let you bring it up, mate. You can have a second look. I'm pretty confident that hit grazed the helmet. Really a glancing blow. It just sort of the way that Ollie Robinson had to go to his left to take the catch. Stuck out his left paw. And Ben Rain has 5 maiden overs from his 6 so far. It was a good bouncer from Ben Rain.
Need to bring it up in super slow.
Oh, do you want me to talk slower? Yeah, really exciting moment here as Rob scours through the replay of that one.
Not for the first time, Ashthorpe, you are correct.
Well, broken clock's right twice a day, mate.
Did clip it's almost like that metal bit on the helmet, isn't it, where the grill starts coming round.
Yeah, right in the left lug.
Yeah, as you say, Sam Connors finally, after his move from Derbyshire over the winter, and has not really bowled a red ball in anger since the tour in Zimbabwe.
No, I'm excited for Sam. This is a good moment for him.
Finally gets a crack at some county championship action for his new club. Places Matthew Potts from the Finkel end around the wicket. Good start, forcing Clark to prod it to Potts.
What a shot that is.
That is glorious from Tom Clark. Just almost seemed it wasn't a full-fledged cover drive, just a nice extension of a forward defence. It's absolutely rocketed away to the cover boundary. No chance for Amelia Gay at short cover to get anything on that. Lovely shot.
It's a terrific shot, wasn't it? Apologies, I think I just burst out, what a shot or something like that as that went through. That was a lovely bit of timing.
That one out to Clark. I think also a nice occasion for Connors as well. 50th first-class game.
Oh, really?
In his career.
Nice touch.
125 wickets, average of just under 38. 125 poles. Hoping to add his first in Durham colours. That was a short arm jab round the corner from Clark.
It's a nice relaxed approach to the crease from Connors.
Goes down to the leg by that one.
I mean, right in the cheek.
So maybe we'll see I'm with you. I wouldn't be opposed to seeing over the wicket to these left-handers trying to get that one coming across.
Be careful, mate, agreeing with me. Oh, my goodness.
The amount of times we've seen that here at Chester Street this season, drive that takes the inside edge and doesn't disrupt the timber. Hughes picks up another one.
Yeah, no feet there from Daniel Hughes. Literally just throwing the hands at that one. It's been a sketchy couple of overs for the New South Welshman. I think Bankstown might be his club. I might check that in Sydney.
$28 for one.
It's a nice start from Connors. Was met with a lovely cover drive from Clark. That's got Mossman Cricket Club there. Will be Hughes on strike to Ben Rain continuing. This time he attempts to drive, gets it high on the bat. Doesn't time it, and Emilio Gay mops it up in the covers. Rain just pulls out of that one. Nicely defended. This one finds the gap just about that backward point, enough to get a single. Can't quite say close enough, but he's got a pretty unique bat grip where he's got a line that goes down. I think it's for his bat position. Sorry, his hand position on the handle of his bat. That's how cricket geeky I am. A little bit of shape back in to Clark there, who plays it well.
Have you noticed that for Hughes?
Yeah.
Because that's the next level attention. That can tell you're a coach.
Nah, just a geek.
Why not both?
Yeah, well, I probably am, yeah. Just falling across that one a little bit, Clark. A little bit of interest from behind the stumps. Just going to change the two catching fielders. You can see Colin Ackerman going across onto the leg side.
It's going to make it really awkward for Hughes if there's a
stand
single
right in front
there.
of Hughes. Maybe turn around and rugby tackle him as they attempt a single or something. This one's driven squarely, and he gets the help of the square that runs away, and Basteleda, a brilliant athlete in the field, reins that one in, and it'll be two. They're going to get rid of the helmet off the ground. See Paul Coughlin in the red vest. His big mop of hair goes through phases. Cog is short hair, long hair. I don't have that choice.
The long hair suits him.
Yeah, it does.
Nice to see him back as well, though. He's obviously had his time out with injury as well. Durham, while the overseas is not getting much luck, starting to get some domestic homegrown bowlers back. Dan Hogg looks like he's just coming back to full fitness as well. Connor's back in his game. Deleda back. James Minto.
Yeah, the only one really on the sideline still is Luke Robinson at the moment. The rest of them will be heading off down to Kent for a second 11 championship game.
So it's not exactly a short ride down there.
Ironically, I'm sure it's supposed to be a home game as well. Oh well, enjoy the ride, lads. Be Alan Walker, club legend, be taking the lads down.
Ooh. Nice area from Connors.
He's asked some good questions so far, and he's 8 deliveries.
Because on a personal level as well, that'll feel a lot nicer for him. He's immediately found that line and length.
Yeah. Yeah, it's tough moving to a new club.
Even tougher when you have to wait 3 months into season to get your first go.
Yeah, he'll want to feel. I'm sure he's been made to feel welcome, but there's nothing like putting a performance on the board and being able to look across the room, knowing that you have the respect of all your teammates. Clark missing out there. Timed that one nicely straight to square leg.
Just wondering, Ash, 7 overs for Rain. We know if he could bowl all day, he would.
Yeah.
But
it's got to be a change, hasn't it?
Just wonder, potentially looking for maybe Baz Deleda first up rather than Will Rhodes.
Yeah, he's been a bit loose as well. 7 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 8.
Ackerman jumps out the slipcord and goes back to catching on the onside. Just oversteps there, Connors. Got to remember now, it's 2 for a no ball.
Ah, it's ridiculous. It's the only competition in the world. Don't know what our viewers think of that. 2 for a no ball.
I'm with you. I don't like it.
Oh, that'll hurt that. That's missed the thigh pad. Oh.
That'll leave a bruise.
Yeah. It's incredible in cricket, all the padding that you have, and you line it up against the delivery, and the ball still manages to find a gap.
It'll find a way to hit you where you don't have it.
$259 for 4 down at Headingley.
Driven into the pitch there. Straight out to Clark in the covers.
Pope the man out today for 106. Harry Brooke and Ben Stokes, the men at the crease.
Almost chops on. Good from Connors, 34 for 1.
It's been a nice start from Connors, created a couple of half opportunities. Really attacking the stumps from that round the wicket angle. And you're right, we're going to follow the leader. Bust the leader into the attack, replacing Ben Rain. As I said, superbly economical 7 overs. 5 maidens in that spell, 1 wicket for just 8 runs. See Daniel Hughes there indicating, is he going over, is he going around the wicket? Well, Bustalita is the first one that's going to try over the wicket. To the left-handers today. Similar field, 1 slip in place, catching men either side of the wicket, 1 at cover, 1 at mid-wicket. This one's short and helped around the corner to Ben Rain, who was just having a little rest there. He's going to grab a drink from 12th man Paul Coughlin, who's come around the boundary along with Will Gidman.
Good carry through.
Yeah, that is just the angle there across the left-hander that we were talking about a little bit earlier. Just something different. The ball all morning has really been angled in at the 2 left-handers. So a little change up here from Bustalita. 27 on his back. Nicely played. Overcast morning here. Blustery wind going across the ground. From right to left across on your screens. This one's again into the thigh pad and will be a leg by. Might be another one that just happened to miss. Tom Clark's thigh pad. Durham desperate for another breakthrough here. 36 for 1, Sussex. That's driven nicely by Daniel Hughes, but finds the hands of Alex Lees at mid-off. See Vic Domain and Ben Hall and Hall Senior at the top of your screens. Vic, the head groundsman. Another dot ball there ends the over. 36 for 1. Sussex after 15 overs. Daniel Hughes 19. Tom Clark on 9. There he is, the man, the myth, the legend on the right hand side, Vic. Who will no doubt come and join us up on commentary over the next 4 days. Loves to natter about grass and things. Nice bouncer from Connors. Clark just lets that one go over his right shoulder. Good pace.
Yeah, nice change up. I don't think Clark was expecting it. First ball of the over.
Nice follow-up from Connors. Good line. If you missed the news from the toss, it was Sussex who won the toss and elected to bat first here. at the Banks Homes Riverside. Tom Haynes, the man to go so far, dragging a drive onto his stumps from the bowling of Ben Rain. A couple of changes to the Durham team, with Sam Connors making his debut for the club and Basteleda coming back into the side. Ben McKinney missing out through concussion. After being struck a pretty hefty blow on Friday night in the T20 victory over Yorkshire here at home. Nice way to end that first block. 2 wins against Yorkshire in the last week of that T20 campaign. Another one. And
nice.
Oh,
Nice and short.
Good take from Robinson down the leg side. A little bit of interest from Connors. Did that brush the glove? And Tom Clark just stretching a little bit there. Don't know if he's...
Maybe nipped him on the arm.
No, I don't think I've got anything of just having a look at him. There was interest though, wasn't there, from Connors especially. And settled into his spell nicely here, Connors. Remember, this round of Rothesay County Championship games, the Kookaburra ball is in use, much to the delight of all the bowlers around the country.
Especially the seamers.
Yeah.
Seamers absolutely love it. Good from
And
Connors, though.
Yeah, maiden over from Connors, his first. He has none for 8 from 3. Sussex, 36 for 1.
Main aim of the Kookaburra is trying to make it a little bit more batter friendly, but also spin as well, I guess. That's what the ECB are trying to develop, because we do still see a fair few cases of teams going in without a frontline spinner. Durham have done it quite a lot this year, kind of either going with only Colin Ackerman as the spin option. So he's changing angle around the wicket. And he's met with a drive from Hughes, who moves himself into the 20s. Pierces that extra cover gap that Matthew Potts now has to go and retrieve. Good running. Then go down as leg by. Thuds into the thigh pad and they scamper through. Lovely shot through mid-wicket. Second boundary of the over. Just touching an straight from Deleda and able to allow Clark to free the hands. Lovely looking clip through mid-wicket.
Just changed his angle, hasn't he, to round the wicket. Clark using that angle to... he whipped it away beautifully, to be fair, through the mid-wicket region.
Oh, that's how you respond. It's being clipped for 4.
It's actually quite nice pace from Deleda as well.
Quick single. Ben Rain fizzes that in at the striker's end, and Hughes ends up bearing the brunt of it.
Bat on top in the majority of games around the country at the moment. Sussex 45 for 1 here. Sorry, 46 for 1 now after that single. The only game where ball is on top is at Essex, where Hampshire have Essex 49 for 3. Notts a 38 without loss against Yorkshire. Somerset 69 without loss away to Warwickshire, and Worcester 42 for 1 at home to Surrey. In Division 2, Gloucester 35 without loss. Bit of rain around there. Kent 62 for 1. Glamorgan, that's against Lancashire. Glamorgan 69 without loss against Leicester. Middlesex have also lost 3 wickets, but they're 80 for 3 after just 15 and a half overs against Northamptonshire. As you would expect in general, ball generally on top in only a couple of games. Oh, and Connors induces a thick inside edge from Hughes as he looks to drive expansively. And another good bouncer from Connors. I like that. Just letting the batter know that they can't just jump onto the front foot. And most of his short ball stuff has been really well directed. Punched away off the back foot. Clark a little bit deep there. Hughes scrambles through for, in the end, what was a very comfortable single. Just keeping the scoreboard moving.
Yeah, they've just started to take those singles in the last couple of overs. Durham had kept it very tight to start with. They still have run rate still under 3 for the session, but Sussex really now looking to just start ticking over a little bit more and set up the rest of their day one.
Hitting the pitch hard, Connors. Another excellent bouncer, well played by Clark, just swaying out of the way. Just the one missed opportunity for Durham so far. Daniel Hughes offering a pretty sharp return catch to Ben Rain, which burst through his hands. Another dot ball ends the Connors over, just one from it. Sussex 48 for 1. Hughes 25, Clark 14. Two men out on the hook now as well for Basteleda.
Carries on around the wicket.
Nice sharp bounce of that from Deleda. Again, this time Hughes swaying out of the way. Just a noticeable change of tactic here from Durham.
It's good. It's a good switch up.
It's not every ball, but it's definitely keeping the batters honest, knowing that
There's
two catching men in place, and you can't just prop on the front foot.
Exactly. You gotta keep your mind in the game. Not for the first time. Hughes comes down the track.
Will we see spin soon? Just again to change it up, to keep the batters honest. We've got George Drizzle in the side. Off spinner, two left-handers at the crease. Might be worth a little look here. Just to see if there is any turn.
Oh. Another good bouncer.
Yeah, they've all been pretty well directed today, haven't they? It hasn't been...
There's no been any loose ones where batters can just free the arms and rock onto the back foot and pull. So Alex Lees has set he's got the cover out there, Will Rhodes and Sam Connors on the leg side. Really trying to force Hughes. If he's going to go for it, he's got to pull in front of square, and then you've got Colin Ackerman and Ben Rain if it's mistimed. Good over from the Dutchman, Maiden, 48 for 1.
That's critical at the moment. If you can't take wickets, you want to squeeze that scoreboard and make every run as hard as possible for the Sussex batters to score from.
I think Ollie Robinson has just called for a helmet.
See Drizzle just starting to, I don't know,
Jump about.
Jump
around.
Get physical. That one's wide and driven away. I tell you what, when he hits it, it stays hit, Tom Clark. That's raced away for 4. Brings up the 50 for Sussex. In over number 20, 52 now for 1. Clark moves on to 18.
Yeah, just the first real loose delivery that Connors has bowled this morning, and Clark has been very patient, but no need to be patient with that one. Free the arms. Punish it for 4.
Back on the money. Next ball, Sam Connors. good hard length, Sam Connors.
He gets wide on the crease as well, coming around the wicket, making sure he's using all that. Maybe we'll see other bowlers follow suit, just trying to get those different angles, try and put the batters off. And like we've mentioned with the Kookaburra, everyone knows, or it's very well known, that after those opening 5-6 overs, the ball pretty much stops. No real lateral movements, so bowlers having to delve deep into their bag of tricks, like a short ball. As we mentioned last over, though, there's a difference between just bowling short for the sake of it and making sure that it's well aimed, and that's what Connors and Deleda have done well so far in their stints. Connors in his 5th over, and Deleda having bowled 3.
Pulled away well in front of square. It's the first real short ball that hasn't been well directed, or especially with regards to height. Clark pounced all over it.
Because they didn't really set up nicely for the batter, didn't really sit up nicely for Connors. And yeah, Matthew Potts out in a deep backward square. I had no idea where that had gone. Did not pick it up.
Just put the hands out, didn't he?
Two boundaries and a single from that one.
Sorry, Rob. I think we are going to see some spin now from George Drizzle into the attack. Tall right arm off spinner. Looking to see if he can get any joy out of this surface and this Kookaburra ball. It's been tough going so far for the Durham attack. Done their best to keep the run rate down. 57 for 1, Sussex. Clark 23, Hughes 25. The man to go was Tom Haynes, who dragged on a drive at Ben Rain back onto his off stump. He went for 4. A very polite announcement.
Top
a bit
edge.
of drift and a top edge, and it's going to land safe. Attempted sweep shot there from Clark.
A lot of flight there from.
It did, yeah. It probably
Giselle.
one that just got away from him a little bit, but it definitely did drift in. It's got that wind blowing across the ground. From right to left on your screens, there's a pretty strong blustery breeze. He settled in immediately after that first ball. Balls 2 and 3 right on the money. Almost creeps in his first couple of steps. And again, good drift in, but driven down the ground by Hughes. Ben Rain a little bit deeper at mid-on, and that brings up the 50 partnership between these two. It's come off 110 balls. Nice tidy start from Drizzle, just 2 from the over. A little bit of drift. Attacking the stumps from round the wicket. 59 for 1. Sussex after 21 overs so far this morning. On the morning here, Sussex won the toss and elected to bat first. And we'll keep reminding you throughout. No doubt if you're listening all the way through, you'll get sick of us saying, but for those who are just joining us, this round of Rothesay County Championship games, the Kookaburra ball is in use. England captain Ben Stokes has just been dismissed down at Headingley for 20. England now 5 down.
Tucked away. Leg side. Just be one. Nice looking drive. Straight back to Connors.
Nice areas there from Connors. Durham will be content at the moment that the run rate hasn't gone away, but they'd love to pick up another wicket this morning. A little bit of a change over there from Will Rhodes and Matthew Potts out in the deep. Sun just trying to make an appearance here this morning as well.
Well played. From Hughes, just 2 off the over. 61 for 1.
That might be the end of Connor's spell. We'll see. He's first in a Durham shirt.
Let's go back to Potts. One last charge in before lunch.
Yeah, even if it's just for a couple. Just over half an hour to the lunch break. Change of gloves for Tom Clark. He's on strike now. George Drizzle, Colin Ackerman waiting at slip. Catching him on either side of the wicket. Clark using his feet and defending back to George Drizzle. A little bit more flight, and this one's pushed to Ben Rain at mid-on. Rain and drizzle in combination. Weather conditions very dry here. Definitely had rain and drizzle last night. Some beautiful thunderstorms. Lots of lightning across the area. This one's down the leg side. Robinson can't gather. There's hands on heads from drizzle, but I'm not sure there was anything on that. Advancing. Belting drizzle back down the ground for 4 is Hughes. Initially thought he was looking to go over mid-off and then just dragged it towards the leg side. It's going to instigate a chat between Drizzle and captain Alex Lees. I'm not sure Drizzle should be discouraged there. Hughes coming down and attacking. Didn't get all of that. It's going to see Ben Rain go down to long on. Alex Lees is going to come catching very, very straight at mid-on. Nice comeback from Drizzle. Hughes looking totally unflustered with life at the moment. Just going about his business. So he's offered a bit of width and he drives nicely through the offside. And he'll pick up his second boundary of the over. Lovely use of the hands. So he'll have the bottom hand just to open the face of the bat to beat Emilio Gay in the covers. And that's what Durham can't afford, really. They need the off spinner to be tight. He's gone for 2 boundaries off that over. He has none for 11 after his 2. And Sussex move on to 70 for 1. This partnership continues to build, losing their first wicket and only wicket with the score on 9.
Give me a change of ends for Basteleda.
Yeah, he's only bowled 3 overs so far. Yeah, Ben Rain was 7, Potts with 5. Sam Connors just being replaced now, bowled a 6 over spell. Deleda with 3, Drizzle. His partner in crime at the other end has bowled just the 2.
Starts with a short ball. Sits up relatively nicely for Clark. Pulls along the carpet to Will Rhodes out and deep.
It's a pretty big boundary, that, isn't it? Out there. Probably the best part of 80 metres, I would have thought.
Deleda induces the play and miss from Hughes. First real full shot that he's played all morning. Bar the caught and bowled opportunity back to Rain. He's been pretty unfazed. Straight, but Potts is there at long leg. Also can drive. Beats Amelia Gay, but does not beat Alex Lees. Come through for 1.
Not perfectly timed there. Had an awful sound off the bat, actually. Unlike some of the shots that we've seen so far from Clark, when he does decide to play a shot, he times it really nicely.
That's a lovely shot. He was looking to sway out the way of that Hughes, but then realised it was sat up nicely and just dinked his bat up and lofted it down to vacant third for 4.
Yeah, it was clever, wasn't it? Good adjustment from Hughes. Both of these batters have received quite a few short balls now, and that's the first one they've really looked to play that way.
Seven from Delader's return, 77 for 1.
Going nicely now. 40 for Hughes, 28 for Clark. Having won the toss and electing to bat first here at the Banks Homes Riverside. Sussex 77 for 1 on the first morning. Durham searching for the second breakthrough of the day. This one's placed nicely by Clark down to long on for a single. No real spin on show at the moment. Just getting a little bit of drift. Throws this one a bit wider, and Hughes allows his hands to guide that one out to Will Rhodes sweeping on the boundary.
He's pretty lonely out there.
Yeah, he's spent a lot of time grazing out there, hasn't he?
You bet everyone else changes and moves around for the over, and he doesn't. He just...
Yeah, maybe his chat's a bit average or something. Ackerman waiting at first slip. Lee's catching on the drive at mid-on.
I reckon it's tough love from his Yorkshire skipper.
He might have upset him in the football or something, you never know.
Oh, watch it. He's a good player, is Rhodes.
He is actually, he looked very accomplished. Well, that's good from Drizzle. Just the 2 from that over. Sussex 79 for 1. Yeah, having watched that along with probably, I would say, Bustelader, look, the 2 best footballers on show for me this morning.
Definitely tell.
Lots of Graham Onions with the most horrendous dive, trying to win a late penalty for the Olds.
I think he was on the youngers today.
Yeah, actually, he was, wasn't he? Which is ridiculous.
He was making up the numbers.
He'd be making up the numbers in the fines department as well, having been booked by Coach Ryan Campbell.
I think Parkinson got booked before the game even started. I would say it's surprising, but it's Parkinson's, and I'm not. It's nicely played down, but straight to Lee's. Probably didn't know when to stop talking, does Parky?
Yeah, you're probably right.
Yeah, Campbell wasting no time in dishing the card out. I think Ben Rain's still fine master, so he'll enjoy collecting that.
Did he play football this morning? Did he warm up? Because Ollie Robinson was in goal at the other end, wasn't he? It's normally Ben Rain in goal.
Flicked away off the pads. Should be 2 for Hughes, but he's sent back from Clark. They don't try and take on Will Rhodes out in the deep. It's a good question. I can't, because it is normally Rain and Potts that take the stints in goal, but it was Parkinson and Robinson
Ollie,
today. Yeah. I think Rainey was there. He fancied a bit of a stroll. Just be 1 there.
He was playing because he was constantly whinging for yellow cards and trying to get people booked. Handballs.
As fines
yeah,
master.
I'm just going through my scattered brain. He was definitely there. And you're right, he was playing in the outfield for a change. Normally between the sticks. Maybe he goes outfield day one, and as the days progress, he migrates in between the posts.
Later oversteps. Another couple to the total.
What can Durham do different here, do you think? Looks pretty good pitch, as, let's be honest, most of them have been at the Banks Homes Riverside this year.
That just going to pull up just inside the boundary. Should be a couple, and it is. I mean, really, shouldn't have been any runs with it going to the right of Ben Rain.
Just a bit late picking up, wasn't he?
Yeah. I mean,
what you got for us, Rob? Come on. Give me something.
I think it's too early to go to the full short ball ploy of going six bounces and over. I think slightly too early for that. Already seen the introduction of spin. Maybe do you have a look at Ackerman before lunch as well, just see if he can do anything different to what Drizel offers. And if not, you're gonna have to start. We've seen Scott Borthwick do it when he was captain. You're gonna have to start going to some very funky fields.
This one's punched off the back foot, but won't beat the field on the offside.
I think we saw one at Edgbaston when Usman Khawaja was batting and Ollie Robinson was bowling. Pretty much had 6 fielders just in that kind of.
It's like an umbrella, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That's nice from just a little bit slower.
Potentially Will Rhodes as well. Haven't seen him bowl yet as an option.
Yes, and that's what you can do. Ball before was a little bit slower. That one ran on beautifully with the arm. George Drizzle, take a bow, my friend, because that is another great wicket for Durham. Tom Clark goes for 30, bowled by Drizzle. Sussex 85 now for 2. Really nice moment for him in the game. And clever bit of bowling. Like I said, the ball before, just a little bit slower. That one, just running that one down the index finger, crushing into the stumps.
Yeah, it'd been a watchful start from Clark to get his innings underway. Had just started to put his foot down a little bit, was feeling comfortable, and that allows potentially the chance for more opportunities, and Drizel is, as you say, that ball before just a little bit slower, and then ripping that one through a little bit quicker and disrupting the timber.
Yeah, that'll give him confidence, that Drizzle, because he's going to have a huge part to play in this game. He's going to have to, almost as this game goes forward, make one end his own and let the same bowlers rotate from the other end. I haven't seen the forecast for the week ahead, and I'll have a look at that in a moment, but it's been really warm weather in the northeast. Today is the coolest day it's probably been for a couple of weeks. What have we got coming up? Yeah, not too high temperatures, to be fair. And a bit of cloud around on Tuesday and Wednesday. Coles is the new batsman to the crease, James Coles. First right-hander on show today. Durham searching for 3 wickets before lunch, and if they can pick up a third, they'll be pretty happy with picking up 2. And they'll be thrilled if they could pick up a third in the... What have we got? 16 minutes left until the lunch break. Oh, and that beats the outside edge. Cole's going back to a very full ball there.
Lovely flight.
It was. Again, a little bit slower. The man from Bristol. This time Cole's using his feet and trying to hit that one through the gap at cover.
It's the flight and then the dip as well. You can get it dipping down just under the eye line of the batter.
Should get some drift away from the right-hander. This one's tight. It's a dot, and it's a wicket maiden for George Drizzle. Just as the game was drifting towards lunch, Drizzle gets the breakthrough.
Alex Lees wants his 3rd wicket before lunch.
Yeah, I was wondering if they'll go Potts or Rain. And he's gone for his... I'm going with it. He's gone for the veteran. Rainey will kill me now. Ben Rain, who was miserly at the start, picked up that first wicket of Tom Haynes, but just conceding 8 runs from his 7 overs, 5 maidens.
Just Mr. Reliable.
Yeah, he's a beauty, isn't he? It was an interesting first ball of the match, wasn't it? Hughes on strike. Had a little wander down the crease, and Ben Rain bowled a bouncer. First ball. The only disappointing thing so far from Durham's point of view was that tough caught and bowled chance that Ben Rain put down. Hughes is still there on 44. Typical. It doesn't matter if it's a change of ends from Rain or not. He's right on the money.
He's there thinking Ben Ray was going to come around the wicket because he's so used to it being around the wicket to him. I reminded. Step over. Just one from range return, 86 for 2.
Is that Emily Whiting? Emily Whiting, Emily Windsor even. Who's Emily Whiting? I don't even know who that is. Must be somebody. Emily Windsor, one of our co-commentators, Durham women's cricketer, Durham women's physio, and many, many other things. It's great to see her having a hit there, walking around with Will Gidman. Battling back from a hip injury. Hopefully she'll be joining up with the team in the not too distant future as George Drizzle is bowling to Daniel Hughes. Picking up a wicket in his last over. Tom Clark misjudging one. Hughes probably with just 10 minutes to lunch. Just going to have a look at this for a little bit. Tight stuff here from Drizzle. Sam Blacklock says Emily Whiting is one of our academy players, so I knew I wasn't far off. That makes me feel a little bit better about life. And again, that's the other one. The same ball that picked up the wicket in the last over from Drizzle. It's his variation, and one that the Sussex batters will have to keep an eye on. Thanks, Sam. You've just given me a little bit of faith in myself. This is good stuff from Drizzle. Looking for back-to-back maidens. The last one a wicket maiden. This is also doing is keeping Durham up with the over rate. Oh, tossed up a little bit of drift. Alex Lee's lovely diving stop from the skipper prevents a single. Maiden over, 86 for 2. Sussex. What it does think it just keeps and hopefully gets another over in before the lunch break. 1 for 13.
So it's been good since the first 2 overs went for 11. Just 2 runs off the next 3 and that wicket. Really battening down the hatches. As you say, he's probably going to have to make one end his own throughout this game so that Alex Lees can rotate his battery of seamers from the other end. And Coles is off the mark with a dab down to Graham Clark.
I think we might get Emily's company after lunch. That would be nice. Very, very good commentator.
Played off the back foot. A big puff of dust there as he played that into the ground from Hughes.
Yeah, just getting to that time of year where we've got a few wicket ends that are very dry and dusty. I know there was an issue where umpire Tom Lungley was looking to get the crease lines extended, but it was turned into an absolute dust pit. That's a gorgeous shot.
Gorgeous shot for none, is it?
Yeah, you get no value for playing straight. Sick of telling these kids to play, just hack it across the line and you get 4. You play a beautiful straight drive like that and it cannons into the stumps, you get nothing.
Hughes Looking good touch for Sussex. He looks to make sure he is still there after lunch break for his side.
He's been made to work for his runs, though.
Yes, he has.
Strike rate just about the 50 mark. As of all the Sussex batters, they haven't been given many freebies.
Yeah, not been gifted.
And that'll please Alex Lees and everybody associated with Durham, is that they've kept it pretty tight. Oh, slower balls from Ben Rain. He's gone white ball.
Yes, it's not the worst thing with the lack of movement off the service and with the Kookaburra, as we've mentioned. There's going to be nothing there, really, in terms of lateral movement. I think we're going to have to delve deep into the bag.
Yeah, and all the boxer tricks and all that kind of jazz.
Maybe 2 more before lunch?
Yeah, I think we'll get another 2. You get Drizzle to get through this over in about 2 or 3 minutes, and then that'll leave plenty of time for one more, which will be 32 in the session.
Session average.
That's where they need to be, right on the money. Saves them paying us overtime later.
Our overtime rates are pretty high as well.
I'd love to see the day where we got paid overtime. There'll be Drizzle from the Lumley end. Coles again on the back foot. That might be a pattern of play that we see quite a lot.
From the Sussex point of view, Ash, obviously not happy to lose the 2 wickets, but Hughes looks in good touch. Just all about making sure they got through their opening 10 over spurt where the ball was still moving.
Yeah, what you'd hope sometimes as well, and we've seen the state that these Kookaburra balls get into, might get sued from Kookaburra here, the way we're slagging them off. But
you might, I won't.
Yeah, they do get soft as well, so what you'll find is that the ball gets soft and the fielding positions can get a bit, well, negative's probably the wrong word, but defensive. So scoring does get harder. And I'll be totally honest with you, sometimes it doesn't make for good viewing. It gets a bit tedious and a bit boring at times. But this is where you mentioned earlier that you, as a cricketer, little bobble there. Might have gone right into the face of Matthew Potts, that one. Flicked the moustache off his lip. But yeah, you've got to come up with, what can you do to impact the game, as a bowler? Is it go to slower balls? Is it Yorkers? Is it bouncers? Can we set some funky fields? With batters, how do I keep scoring now? You can see the fields are very, very defensive. That's another maiden over from Drizzle, and as you can see from his spell so far, 6 overs, 1 for 13. And as you mentioned, the last 4 overs have only gone for 2 runs from his end. So, and I know that lunch is approaching as well, but how can you, as a cricketer, influence the game in a positive manner for your team? That's all the questions that are being posed out there at the moment. The pitch is a beauty, absolute road here at the Banks Homes Riverside, prepared by Victor Main and the team. So yeah, what can you do as a cricketer? And you can see some funky fields in play for Durham at the moment.
Ben Rain with the final over before lunch. It's going to be carved away from Hughes for 4. Moves himself to 49.
That's clever batting. He's used the pace of Ben Rain, and there's nobody really behind point on the offside apart from Ackerman at slip. Oh, sorry, it's not Ackerman at slip, it's Drizzle himself at slip. And he's just used the pace of the ball, played it really nice and late, and run that one down to third man for 4. There's 2 catches in front of the bat. You've got a slip, and then you've got 2 catches in the deep on the leg side. So it might be a couple of slower balls and a couple of bouncers to take us into lunch. As I said, sometimes this can be a little bit tedious, but there's actually quite a lot still going on in this game. Lots of thinking to do for captains and bowlers and coaching staff. Lots of patience needed for batters.
2 noises, I think.
Bit high. And lots of skill needed from the batters. When you get that one ball opportunity, it might only be every 2 or 3 overs to score, then you've got to cash in, as you saw from Hughes at the start of this over. Over rate's been good. The energy from Durham in the field's been really good, and that again will please Alex Lees.
Ooh.
And there is that bouncer right off the cue end. Already seen Hughes struck in the head.
Yeah. Because it's just that checklist that Alex Lees would have gone through in terms of, right, we got the early wicket, then Sussex kind of settled in a little bit. So what are the little things we can do? Be up on the over rate. Make sure there's still some decent chat.
Energy and attitude in the field is going to be absolutely huge.
It's non-negotiables, isn't it? At any level. From club up all the way up to pros. Last ball of the session coming up. Dan Hughes on 49 from 99 after John Simpson called correctly at the toss and said to Alex Lees, "We'll have a bat, thank you very much." Ben Rain picking up the first wicket. Tom Haines dragging one on to his off stump. Tom Clark took an age to get going, but then motored on pretty quickly before George Rizal did for him on 30. Brought James Coles 1 off 12, and Dan Hughes with a thick inside edge to Colin Ackerman will go to lunch on 49 from 100 deliveries. James Coles will have strike straight after lunch. 2 spells for Ben Rain, 1 for Potts, 1 for Connors. Deleda with 2 short, sharp stints from either end, and George Rizal settling himself in at the Lumley end with 1 wicket for the off spin, 1 for Rain. We'll be back with you at bang on 20-2.
Well, welcome back to the Banks Homes Riverside for session 2, day 1 of the Rothesay County Championship game between Durham and Sussex. 91 for 2. Sussex having won the toss and elected to bat first. Daniel Hughes not out 49. And Coles is on 1. Wicket takers Ben Rain and George Drizzle in session 1. And what was a pretty even session, Durham managed to keep the run rate quiet. The over rate was excellent. They're bang on 32 overs in the session, 16 an hour. And we're discussing before lunch just how both of these sets of players will look to approach their work. Will the Durham bowlers have to, along with being patient, look at all their bags of tricks? The Sussex batters will be faced with some defensive fields and a ball that will get softer as the day goes on. And how do they look to continue scoring here? Here with me, Ash Thorpe and Rob Rush alongside me on a blustery overcast day here in Chesterley Street. Looks like Bastelida is going to take the ball from the Lumley end. Figures of none for 24 from his 5. Durham's most expensive bowler to date, but also bowled with a bit of zip. And James Coles will be the man on strike. He's on 1 from 12 deliveries. As I said, Daniel Hughes 49 not out. So far faced 100 balls with 8 boundaries. 1 slip in place. This one's immediately clipped through mid-wicket, and I'm not sure if what's going on there. Emilio Gay gets a huge round of applause for basically stopping one.
I think he left a few went through early on, so maybe they're a few gentle.
Just a definite, more than a gentle reminder for him. The lad's up and about early after lunch.
They've talked about some non-negotiables, isn't it? The energy and the attitude, just something like that off the first ball of the session.
Coles tickles that one away down the fine leg. 92 now on the board for Sussex, brings Daniel Hughes under strike, who looked in really good touch. Went through phases of scoring and phases of defensive work from him. Had a life on about 20. I didn't write that down, unfortunately. I'm sure you did, Rob. And Hughes will tickle this away and bring up his 50 off the first ball that he faces after lunch. Dropped on 15 by Ben Rain, caught and bowled. And he just showed his little grip there up with the crowd. See, I wasn't.
You were chatting sense.
Well, doesn't happen very often, Rob, as you well know. But an excellent 50 from the man from New South Wales. See a few similarities in Coles and some of the shots he's played in this early in this inning so far with David Bedingham. Looks very comfortable hitting the ball on the leg side. Doesn't have all the time that Bedingham has, but there's definitely similarities there. So he tucks another one away into the leg side and picks up a single. That's where Durham need to be good straight away after lunch. Continue the little stranglehold that they had. Pulled really tightly before the lunch break. It's 3 singles so far off this first over from Bastelida. And he nearly gets through Hughes there with a thick inside edge going away to square leg, and Matthew Potts in the deep does the fielding that ends over number 33, the first one after lunch. 95 for 2, Sussex.
Wonder if that's the token change of ends, just to get Ben Rain back on from the Lumley end after Lunch, no surprise, it is Potts to take over from Rain at the Finkel end. Just the one spell for Potts this morning of 5 overs. Another burst of similar, or a spell of similar length from the England international.
Why would you not let Drizzle just bowl that over then? I don't know.
Good question.
Yeah, I do ask good questions sometimes. If it is just a change of ends, I don't know. That's why I sit up here and those lads are out there playing still.
Around the wicket. Clipped away nicely off the pads.
Be interesting to see if any reverse swing develops. I mean, this ground is absolutely in lush condition. You look at the square and you can see how green that is still. There's a few wicket ends that have seen better days. But on the whole, there's an absolutely beautiful grass covering. The outfield's very lush as well.
Yeah, ground staff finally had some rain to work with for the outfield irrigation system as well.
I bet all the club groundsmen were absolutely thrilled with a bit of rain last night.
Still very early to throw scores out there, Ash, but Sussex has surely got to be looking at a big one here, 500 plus.
Yeah, winning the toss and batting first, you're probably looking to bat once. And then transferring a bit of scoreboard pressure on to Durham, a bit of fatigue as well.
Good areas from Potts straight after the break. Coles, though, feeling confident in his leave.
The Rothesay County Championship Division 1 table, Nottinghamshire sitting on top with 115 points, Surrey in second place on 105. Sussex sit in third place on 95, followed by Warwickshire on 93, Somerset on 92, Durham in sixth place on 84. Oh, he's even leaving them off the middle.
Just a single from Potts' first over. 96 for 2.
Yeah, Hampshire in 7th place on 82, then Essex in 8th on 75, then down to Yorkshire on 59 and Worcestershire on 54. So really tight in the middle, and one win could really catapult you into good areas. Nottinghamshire with 4 wins out of 7 games. Just the 1 loss and 2 draws. Surrey with 2 wins and 5 draws. Durham have a couple of wins, 3 losses and 2 draws. Some very tight losses in those games, particularly that Warwickshire game will be the one.
It's not the taken over.
It isn't, you're right, as Deleda continues, and he's whipped away through the leg side. A dive and a dive. To no avail as that one is whipped away for 4. Daniel Hughes on the move after lunch.
At least they were proper dives, unlike the one that Graham Onions threw around this morning.
Yeah, that was pathetic. Brings up the 100 for Sussex. 2 wickets down. 2 men to fall, but Tom Haynes was bowled by Rain early doors. He went for 4, chopping on. And then Clark, after a good partnership with Daniel Hughes, misjudged one from Drizzle. He was bowled for 30. I find this a strange move from Durham, actually. Normally after a break you want to bring 2 bowlers that try and get you that early breakthrough after lunch, and this is no disrespect to Basteleda. But both your wicket takers, either or I'd have been comfortable with, and Matthew Potts to have a crack.
Maybe just that extra couple overs Rain had after the wicket of Clark before the break.
Yeah.
Maybe Lee's just wanting to give him a little bit of an extra break. Deleda hasn't bowled lengthy spells, didn't bowl lengthy spells. That's going to run for 4.
Yeah,
Just tad too straight and clipped off the pads.
the problem with Deleda's spells at the moment is that they've been expensive in the context of this game. Ben Rain has bowled 10 overs, so I understand not continuing with him, but maybe go Potts and Drizzle after lunch. Interesting choice, Basteleda. Another boundary. Hughes has moved to 60 now. 104 for 2, Sussex. If you look at the economy rates of the Durham bowlers, you've got Ben Rain around 1.5, Potts at 3s, Connor just over 3, Drizzle just over 2, and Deleda's going at 5.5 and over. Alex Lees is trying to catch the attention of George Drizzle there at slip. But tough choices. So a good spell from Sam Connors as well. 6 overs, none for 20 for him. It's quite effective with some of the short balls we've seen. Bit of sunshine breaking through here. It's as bright as it's been at Chesley Street so far today.
Pleasant surprise. The weather forecast wasn't predicting the sun around this sort of time.
It's very naughty from 2 o'clock onwards, the forecast. As I've just checked, that ends the over from Deleda. 104 for 2. Hughes 60, Coles on 3. Will that experiment go any further after lunch? We'll have to wait and see after a Matthew Potts over. But I was discussing with Ross and Steve, our excellent media people here behind the scenes, the men behind the curtain. Although he is a vegetarian, but
that look that
that
look that Steve
just got
gave
absolutely
you.
side-eyed. We were discussing the weather forecast there, and Steve decides to stay inside and send Ross up on the roof.
Pulled rank after the after having to survive the morning session up there.
Yeah, I'll do the first session, he said. Yeah, having a look at the forecast of torrential rain in the early afternoon. But Chesley Street is a funny ground, and sometimes the rain just splits and misses. It's weird. One of the driest grounds in the country, if not the driest. Love that from Potts.
He's just zoned in on that fourth, fifth stump line after lunch, trying to induce that drive from Coles while he's still getting his innings underway. Had that sort of awkward 20-minute spell before lunch where you don't really have enough time to get going. You just want to kind of see yourself through to the interval, and then that caveat of that is you then have to go again after lunch. You got to get going. You got to get yourself set in. So Potts really trying to find an error here. It's a lovely looking drive that Potts does well to stop in the follow through.
But still to come. is Daniel Ibrahim, John Simpson, Finn Hudson-Prentice, Jack Carson, Ollie Robinson, Jofra Archer and Gurinder Sandhu.
Soft hands, nicely played down to vacant third. Be Coles' first boundary.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about before lunch. You have to find different ways to score sometimes with defensive fields, and this Kookaburra ball. Saw Finn Hudson-Prentice up here in the northeast a few weeks ago. He was on loan at Derbyshire for the Vitality Blast. He came out and absolutely blazed away from ball one. It wasn't enough for Derbyshire on that evening, as Durham ran out winners. She makes an entrance. Almost Maddie Villiers' diva-like entrance in the background. Got Emily Windsor in the house, who's going to come and join us in a moment. This is nicely driven by Coles. It's been really interesting to see. She's actually been doing a proper job. I saw her with pads and bat in hand and everything earlier. Well, one of her proper jobs. She's probably been taping somebody up in the lunch interval.
Nicely defended by Coles. End of Potts' second over after lunch, 108 for 2. And I'll leave you in the capable hands of Ash and Emily.
Fantastic. G'day, mate.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you.
Excellent. Lovely to see you. More lovely to see you with bat in hand as you were walking around the ground.
Yeah, it's been really nice back hitting balls. Doing a lot more cricket now, so yeah, back doing what I enjoy, I guess.
Perfect.
Hopefully be out on the park soon. But good to see Sam Connors out there today.
Yeah,
He's
it's
been
awesome,
a
isn't it?
rehab crew.
That's the rehab crew. There's been a few of yous. As the leader's going to continue and knocks you. That is a peach. We were just wondering whether Deleda was going to continue after a couple of expensive overs after lunch. Alex Lees is now looking up here going, that's why he's bowling Thorpe. That's why he gets another over. Off stump removed. Huge wicket. Daniel Hughes goes bowled by Busteleda for 60. Durham
Yeah.
have Sussex 3 down.
That's a hell of a delivery, that, isn't it? Hit top of off. Fast bowler's dream. But just pitched on middle. Nipped away, and Hughes could do nothing about it. I think I should stay on commentary.
Mate, yeah,
I've got myself another job.
Well, we can get rid of Rob, so that's one bonus. And yeah, you're more than welcome. Although I don't have biscuits to bribe you today. I'm not sure what's in the cupboard.
You got sweets there, I
Yeah,
see.
yeah. No, don't tell anybody
Oh,
about
sorry.
those. No, so how's the rehab going?
Yeah, really good. Ahead of schedule at the moment, so
According to physio or player, Windsor.
all of the above,
Okay.
hopefully. Hopefully, fingers crossed, will be available for selection for the next game.
Nice.
So I've got a big, obviously we've got a week off, and some people are away playing England Day and development games, so week apart from the group, but a big week for me in terms of ticking some more things off and
Yep.
hopefully building towards the back end of next week. If things go well, may not, but things are going in the right direction at the moment.
Perfect.
So fingers crossed.
Fantastic to hear. Daniel Ibrahim is the new batter. Sussex, that'll be the first time there'll be 2 right-handers at the crease today. So is there any second 11 cricket or anything for you to get your teeth into before potential first game, or you just straight into it? That's what you do.
Depends on the gaffer, doesn't it? I don't make those
Well,
decisions.
she's away as well this week, isn't she?
But there's second 11 games on the 3rd,
Okay.
but the first 11 games on the 4th. So
Ooh.
they're away in Lancashire, so I imagine I'll be playing in either or.
Okay, cool.
Depends what Danny, I guess, wants from me, but hopefully, obviously, still got things to tick off, but then be available and over to her to make the decision.
Excellent. Nice short ball from Deleda just to welcome Ibrahim to the crease.
I like that. Wake up.
Gets you in the game, doesn't it?
Been sat up in the dressing room watching from afar. No sighters from Deleda. Strong breeze out there.
Yeah, blowing across the ground, isn't it?
Very overcast conditions. Ones that you'd expect to see the ball move about, but haven't seen much of that this morning.
Yeah, I wonder why that is. I'm going to get sued, so I'm going to stop talking about what brand of cricket ball that they're using. I can't afford to be sued.
Nor can I, to be fair, so I don't want to be involved in that.
Yeah. I'm sure 0 minus anything is worth anything to anybody, so... But yeah, these next couple of rounds of Rothesay County Championship cricket are with the Australian Kookaburra ball. Good areas from Deleda.
Yeah, and it should be, I guess, a good opportunity for Drizzle. You imagine, like, as soon as we turn to the Kookaburra balls, we see a lot of spin bowled across the country. So he obviously hasn't been involved in the T20 Blast stuff, has been involved in the Championship regularly, but has had a bit of a break. But ball in hand, you expect him to bowl a lot of overs, and a good opportunity for him to really show what he can do, the off spinner.
You bang on 6 overs before lunch, in fact, for George Drizzle. Oh, and that nearly beats the inside edge of Ibrahim. Thought I was about to thud into his shin, but he gets a thick inside edge down to Sam Connors, who must have had a wheat bix too many this morning as he throws that one over Ollie Robinson's head.
That's been in the gym, that.
Yeah.
He's been
Rehab crew.
Rehab crew. Doesn't know his own strength anymore.
There's been enough of yous in there. We're pleased to see a lot of you getting back.
I think it's pretty
out onto
quiet
the
at the
ground.
moment.
Yeah, it's good.
It's a very quiet rehab. I think I'm about the only... Me and Luke Robinson are the only two left standing, which is good.
At least you are standing. Coles drives this one to mid-off, and that will end a successful over from Bastelida, and a big wicket of Daniel Hughes has been taken. 109 for 3, Sussex.
Yeah, interesting side, isn't it? It's a very different side from the previous Championship game. Obviously, we saw a very, very strong second 11 team go down to Edgbaston to play Warwickshire second 11 last week. Almost could have been a first team, really.
Yeah, it was full staff, wasn't it? There was no academy kids or anything like that on show.
But I guess an opportunity, wasn't it, for them to show what they could do. Sam Connors bowled brilliantly, has been rewarded with his debut here today. Basteleda back in. Obviously, Matt Potts not involved in the test matches. I guess the Durham's delight as he's here with the ball in hand now.
Much needed without an overseas player in the side.
Good length delivery, that.
It's a tough little period for the girls. How are they feeling at the moment? What's the vibe in camp?
Do you know what? The vibe amongst it is a very tight-knit group, to be honest. I think the girls have really stuck together nicely. I've sort of been in and out. I've been around most home games, and every game they go into with positives, and I think trying to take learnings and into the next game. I think we've sort of had a real mix of doing things right and then not, like when we put 193 on the board against Blaze, who are up there with the best in the competition. And I think it was actually the highest ever run chase in domestic cricket, that chase from the Blaze. So it's like we do things well in halves or periods, it seems to be at the moment. So we batted well in that game and then potentially loose in the field and with the ball. And then we've done the opposite. So you just need to try and piece, I guess, it together as a group. And I think the beauty of this competition is, as we know as well in the men's T20 Blast, it's a long one. So a bit of a break now. As I said, some players are jetting off on holiday, having a proper switch off. Others are with the England A and development team, which is fantastic to see so many of our girls involved in that. And then obviously break apart, then regroup together at the start of next week. And I think the break will do the girls good, just to have a little reset, And I guess those that are playing, it's amongst a different group, and exciting time for them in the England A stuff. So, yeah, I think the breaks come at the right time, but I think we've got to learn fast and have real focus and clarity when we come back in about how we're going to get over the line and win some games of T20 cricket.
It's a young group as well, isn't it? You'll feel like you're one of the elder statesmen in the group.
They call me mum. Two of the youngsters now are starting to call me mum, and I'm not like, yeah, correct. Guess the other.
Trudy.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, so I do feel old amongst that group, but they're great. They're a great group, and I think as well, like, they're so exciting. They've got so much talent.
Yeah.
And I think it's just about, I guess, getting them to display it at the right times and picking the right options.
Ooh.
Which I guess comes about with just playing more cricket.
Yeah.
Playing more cricket, learning from experienced players within the group. I say experienced players, but someone like Maddie Villiers has played a lot of cricket, but she's still very young.
Yeah.
Holly Armitage, and I think Susie Bates again is fantastic in terms of in that dressing room around those young players, and I guess how she goes about her game, but also how she picks up some players when they've had a tough game to go into the next game. She's been really great, and I think that's one of the beauties of us signing her, not just her performances on the field, but experience and fun, to be honest, off the field.
Yeah, she's a good person to be around. Maiden over from Potts.
I'm sure Alex Lee's in that over doing the whole clap to try and
Yeah,
build something for Matt Potts to run in that little bit quicker to try and make something
the
happen.
old Olympic crowd clap. Yeah.
Like he's about to run the 100-metre sprint, Matt Potts.
They've been trying to have fun out there. That's what I've enjoyed this morning, actually, is that they probably know they've been put to the sword a little bit, losing the toss and bowling first on a pretty flat one. But the overheads are pretty good. They've managed to pick up 3 wickets so far, and the energy and effort in the field's been excellent. That one's punched away nicely by Coles off the back foot for 4.
Yeah, good shot, that just wrong length, slightly wide, and punished by Coles, despite having sort of a generic ring field on the offside, able to pierce that gap. And I guess you can tell the nature of, see, the ball's into its 39th over, but fielders are all in front of the bat, just one slip in play.
Some rain in the air.
Was that lightning I just saw?
Oh, don't say that. Little Ross will be jumping off the edge of the...
To the left.
Well, there was some serious lightning around last night. Not sure if you saw it. We were talking about it.
I think Graham Clark saw that as well, actually.
There is some heavy showers forecast.
I don't like thunder and lightning either.
Do you not?
Let's hope.
I'll remember that when you're cowering under the table in about 10 minutes' time.
The umpires look into the sky. Does look gloomy to our left, doesn't it?
There is some heavy stuff forecast, that is for sure. And what you don't want, again, I keep coming back to this brand of cricket ball, but with any cricket ball, is for that to get moist and damp, and then it really does go soft, and is no good for batter or bowler. That's driven away, but not timed. To Ackerman at short cover. And I guess for you guys, it's all Kookaburra ball, isn't it, with white ball cricket?
We actually trialled a Newbury cricket ball in that T20 County Cup.
Yeah.
And there's still some in the ball bag, because I think they're remarkably cheaper.
Don't tell me that, because I'll be having a look in there.
No, it's quite funny. I mean, Susie Bates had a laugh because all the bowlers go straight and pick them out because they're like the brand new balls out of the bag. And Susie, every time she hits it, just looks down at the ball and goes, "Come on, Grace, get a Kookaburra," because they're like rocks. They're like the pink balls where they're just really firm.
Yeah. I'm not going to lie, we use the same brand through school for probably the reason that you just mentioned earlier. They're actually a pretty decent cricket ball for the cost of them. But yeah, cricket
I do
balls
remember
are
them bowling at us in the indoor school. Didn't enjoy that.
Yeah,
They're back breakers, they are.
Yeah. But I think, they're just... And they don't last very long indoors either, very abrasive surfaces. So you do go through your cricket balls for practice. Ends the over with the ball down the leg side, 113 for 3. Durham will be trying to pick up. It's gone very gloomy here in Chesley Street. Lads trying to get through the overs. The over rate was 16 before lunch, which was absolutely outstanding. You would expect that with 6 overs of spin.
Yeah, it is very dark out there now. The umpires aren't phased. Two slips for Matt Potts. He's into Ibrahim. That's driven beautifully through the covers. Ben Rain to chase after that one. We'll get there. Slide and stop. And they come back for a couple. Ibrahim will move to 3. 115 for 3 Sussex.
Big flourish at the back there, wasn't it? Lots of intent, not perfectly timed. Remember, Ibrahim was part of the England under-19s group along with Ben McKinney and Mitchell Colleen, so I saw a little bit of him play throughout those series.
Left alone this time. Good carry through to Ollie Robinson behind the stumps.
Looks like he's got good rhythm here, Matthew Potts.
I was actually watching him bowl in the warm-up of the T20 from side on the other day, and he was pushing it through. It looked sharp in the warm-up. Good rhythm.
He's one of those that needs to bowl lots of overs. He'll be benefiting spell by spell. Spent a few weeks away with England and didn't get those, match overs in anyway. I'm sure he was doing a lot in practice.
Good line, good length again from Potts. There's one thing as well that I love when I watch him bowl. You feel like he gives 110% every delivery he bowls. And I mean, I'm sure all the lads do that are out there, but you can really see that he wears his heart on his sleeve and he wants to be out there for Durham. I think most interviews that he says the importance and the love of being back and playing for Durham. And that's really important that you have international quality players that want to play for your county.
Yeah, you're 100% right. You saw Lauren Filer's influence when she's been back.
Yeah, I don't know how much of her we will see now, unfortunately. She's obviously in the squads for the India series coming up, which obviously clashes with the next block of games and into the 100 for us. And in September, it's one of those where obviously they're going into a World Cup. So
they've been prep mode, won't they? Looks like that rain's starting to get a little bit heavier, Emily.
And darker, but no lightning.
None yet. None yet. You're still watching. You're not cowering under the table yet.
Left alone again from Ibrahim, sorry.
Again, really thudding into the gloves of Ollie Robinson. Get to see Jofra Archer on the show in this game at some stage.
He was bowling left arm spin in the nets earlier.
Ridiculous. And it was good as well.
Alongside Mark Wood.
Yeah. It's good spin.
Can you imagine if he just changed out in the middle?
Because
you actually can.
Yeah.
I think it's a Glamorgan player that played in the T20 Blast that bowls both.
Yeah.
So that's pushed into the offside by Ibrahim. Will be no run. 115 for 3. 40 overs gone on day one here at Chester Street. Yeah, that would be a hell of a change, wouldn't it?
Bowling gas and then just go. Actually, no, he's bowling quick to the right hander and then bringing a little left arm spinners on. See, there's a crowd now just starting to find shelter as the wind picks up. It looks like that rain is starting to come in. Umpire's still happy to continue for now.
The beauty of how windy it is, though, is you feel like that rain cloud's just going to blow over quite quickly.
Very true. It's another lovely back foot drive, but excellent fielding in the covers from Matthew Potts.
There you go. Your fast bowler's charged in for you and puts a lovely dive-in effort.
I'm surprised he's not tried to edge into the slips.
Ackerman at extra cover, almost signalling like the wind's going to blow him over.
Yeah.
That looks horrible out there now.
Looks autumnal, doesn't it? Alex Lee's been in a very good mood today.
I feel like you've got to be. On days like this, going into a championship game, with a ball that you know that's not going to offer you a lot. You obviously lost the toss. You know it's a flat deck because I presume that's what they asked the groundsman Vic for.
I just think in the weather that we've had, I think almost lends itself to producing these excellent surfaces. I mean, we have had lots of good batting pitches here this year and over the last couple of years. But he's left only 6 mil of grass on. I was asking him about it, and I said, really? He says, you're about the 10th person to say that. I'm not lying, you know. And I was like, no, I didn't mean it like that. But it looks like there is a lot more grass on the pitch. But it's just such a good, even covering of grass. One of the ground staff is heading around towards the tractor. That brings the covers on. This one's short and helped on its way down the leg side. And will run away for 4. Nice shot from Coles. If that was an intended short ball from Toledo, it just wasn't high enough.
I feel like that would be the fun job in the groundsman. I want to drive that tractor. Not pull the sheets on, sure.
Yeah, they've got a new little buggy actually that they've been flying around in. Got some good toys.
Not the hover car, but yeah, that one. That just looks hard to push.
Yeah, it does. It looks annoying.
Shot.
That's punched again. A little bit square and work to do for Potts as he gets down and slides. And has a little wrestle with the ball and throws it back in anger. Another couple to Coles, who's just starting to get some rhythm now. Moves on to 17. The sky looks, where the weather's coming from, looks a lot clearer, but there's still rain in the air.
There's a patch of blue sky.
Yeah, there is. Again punched away and finds Potts his 3rd ball that he's had to field in the over after charging in. 121 for 3 Sussex after 41. Coles on 13 and Ibrahim on 3.
Ben Rain looks like he's enjoying himself out there as
They
well.
all
Both
do. I
him
don't
and
know
Alex
what
Lees
they've
look
had
like
for lunch. But
two senior players at mid on, mid off.
so I called Ben Rain a veteran earlier. Do you think, how do you feel about that term? And I mean it in a loving way. I don't mean it in any other way. He's just coming up to his 34th birthday.
Got plenty of years left. He's just signed a
I
3-year deal, isn't he?
He'll keep going. But we're trying to categorise, is it age or number of games that makes you a veteran?
Number of games, 100%.
Well, he's definitely a veteran. Get in.
Think
I'm with you.
number of games, rings, cricket experience,
Yeah.
wisdom, and
I'm going to get the stats back up. I'm sure it was about 140 first-class games or something stupid like that.
I mean, I think what that shows about a cricketer, I guess, especially as a seamer as well, obviously your body's worked in your favour, like, to play that amount of games, but to be selected week in, week out for your county side. Serious cricketer.
It's just brightened up again now. It looks beautiful out there. Yeah, this is his 142nd first-class game. That's got to be veteran status. 26,000 plus balls.
Veteran. I feel like you could take it either way.
You could
like
definitely be offended by it, yeah.
I feel like if someone...
I'm going to have to ask him. He'll get the final say at some stage. If he punches me in the face, then maybe he doesn't like it.
I feel like he's also quite modest, so that he wouldn't take the positive as well.
Yeah.
He'd be like, I'm not that. As Potts in, and that's attempted pull shot. Hits him on the body.
Man out in the deep, Graham Clark. Even in the blustery conditions, still rocking the floppy hat.
I do love that about Graham Clark. So distinctive. Does he wear a floppy hat in white ball cricket?
I don't know.
Is there
I don't think there's like a
white ball cricket.
There isn't a blue one, I don't think.
Ibrahim drives upish, but Ben Rain comes round quickly at mid-off.
That's a big shot to that length of the ball. I think he rocks the cap, you know.
Oh, you've got notes from our games, look.
Yeah, that's not mine. Rob said, I said, what'd you get up to yesterday, mate? He went, I went into Sun, I did some shopping, I did some prep, I did some notes.
But these are about us. Just get all his secrets.
What you got? You got anything for us?
I don't know if Rob will be happy I'm reading this. Left alone outside the off stump by Ibrahim. Not a lot, to be honest with you.
Well, he hasn't come running back downstairs yet, so we're probably all right.
We won't read out our power play scores.
Yeah, moving on. Definitely not the one from the other night.
Neat handwriting, I'll give him that.
It's not bad for a bloke, is it?
Give him that. Quality. Preparation.
Unlike some.
Potts from the commentary end. So that's a inside edge up to Alex Lees, the captain at mid-on. And that's the end of the over. 42 overs gone, 121 for 3. And a maiden over from Matt Potts. He's bowled 2 so far today, including 10 overs. Which seems like a lot. So soon within the day.
Yeah. Deleda and Ben Rain also have hit the 10 over mark for the day so far. They got through lots of overs though. So 42, and Ben Rain's going to add now to his 10 overs. Might see Sam Connors soon into the attack from the Lumley end.
I'm excited to see Sam Connors. I didn't see him
He was
this
good.
morning.
Yeah, I enjoyed it.
Good pace.
Yeah, decent. He's a little bit slingy. But he came in, he ran in and bowled a couple of really sharp bounces, which was nice to see.
And I guess he's that point of difference that probably Ryan Campbell, one of the reasons he selected him in the side, we know he brings that extra bit of pace, which a Kookaburra ball that potentially is not doing as much. To have that up your sleeve can just ruffle up batters.
Ben Rain will not be ruffling up anybody with that, as umpire Peter Hartley, I think, signalled 4 as soon as that left James Coles's bat.
Interesting, he just moved Sam Connors squarer, didn't he?
Yeah.
Just didn't quite get his line right there, Ben Rain.
I think generally for Ben Rain, because he's not the quickest, he does have his fine leg very, very square. He's got 2 men out in the deep though, so it'll be interesting to see if he does go short ball. That's a really good take from Ollie Robinson.
Yeah.
Collected a bit of thigh pad on the way through. Always tough those for a keeper. Little low 5 from George Drizzle. Subtle.
So good behind the stumps is Ollie Robinson. Ever athletic.
Is a little guilty pleasure of mine, and Rob Rush definitely has a man crush on Ollie Robinson for his batting.
What is keeping?
No, for his batting.
Wow.
Just for his batting. Good challenging area, as you would expect from Ben Rain. 5 maidens under his belt already. I think 5 of his first 6 overs were maidens. Picked up the first wicket to fall for the day. With Tom Haynes chopping on.
That's so impressive. 5 out of 10.3 overs being maidens.
That's what you love as a captain and a coach, don't you? You got control there. It's nicely clipped away.
Casual that, wasn't it, from Emilio Gate?
Got a few jeers earlier on the first ball in the session. One got whipped to him, and every one of the lads cheered him for fielding it. I don't know if because he fielded it cleanly or what, but yeah, he must have been copping a bit out there.
I think he's that type of character in the dressing room that he probably gives it out, so the boys won't be afraid to get stuck into him.
Ben Rain settled back into his length and line.
he carded to open in the batting with the absence of Ben McKinney.
I think so, yeah. It'll be interesting to see how they use Will Rhodes now. Will's so far in his games for Durham, he's been predominantly in the middle order, so will they bang him up to 3?
He's been playing nicely in the T20 Blast.
He
I think
has.
that's probably been, I guess, a good opportunity for him to just get some time in the middle.
And again, heading a good length, Ben Rain. Attempted drive right off the stickers. Trickles to mid-on, ends the over. Yeah, and I think it may be just a bit of freedom for him. That one of the reasons he'll have come to Durham was to play white ball cricket. Never got that opportunity with Birmingham.
But I think as well, like him having that, I guess one of the benefits of the boys going from format to format is you go away, you go playing T20 cricket, so you have more freedom. He can play his shots, but that will also then bring confidence for him coming back into this county championship side. And I think obviously no one wants there to be an injury amongst the group, but Ben McKinney getting concussion is an opportunity for him. If Will Rhodes now has confidence in the T20 Blast, score some runs, and that gives selection headaches to Ryan Campbell moving forward, which is a good place to be. So hopefully he can sort of carry that, I guess, internal confidence into this game.
Yeah, I don't know if he's upset somebody. He'd be fielding out on the boundary the whole game on his own. Where's he at now? Is he down at fine leg? Or is that him at backward point, I think? So yeah, he's been out in front of the tractor most of today.
I think he's a
Maybe he's just
well-liked
got
member in the dressing room.
He might
so
just have average chat.
Well, they're probably all sick of each other, the amount of time they've been spending together.
Yeah.
Good line and length delivery from Potts. I'll tell you what, I do admire the boys, though, from being able to 2 days ago be playing T20 cricket, and that week they had as well was pretty
was killer,
brutal.
wasn't it? Yeah.
I think they got back at 4 a.m. and 2 a.m. to then just have one day off and then switch to red ball, 4 days of cricket, then down to Surrey, 4 days of cricket, then back to T20 Blast. Like, it's a hell of a schedule. And the fact that they keep charging in, aren't breaking down. Good line and length delivery again from Potts. I guess it's credit to them as athletes, and I think us as women professionals, obviously they play a lot more games than us in the year. It's something that I guess we look up to, and I guess in time our schedule will probably get more and more cram-packed, but I hope for the boys, to be honest, theirs becomes less and less jam-packed. I think something's got to give.
Yeah, some interesting chat behind the scenes around the format moving forward of championship cricket and things, and I stupidly, using my journalistic powers, asked Ryan Campbell how they'd been juggling the preparation in between being in the middle of T20 Blast and preparing for this championship game, and he just said, we haven't even thought about the championship game yet. We're just concentrating on one thing at a time.
Isn't it?
100%.
That to literally your schedule
wrong,
being
really,
so
isn't it?
jam-packed
It's wrong
that
for
you
me.
cannot think and prepare for that is, I just think it's pretty incredible. And as I said, it shows a skill as well of all the lads out there across the country, because it's the same for every team, isn't it? To be able to switch formats like that, still put in performances, they must be knackered as well.
Yeah, for all it's T20, you've got the travel associated with T20, and just the physical and mental pressure of playing those games is still huge. People will think, oh, well, he's only bowled 4 overs, or they've only played 20 overs, but it is bloody hard work.
Yeah, and the intensity increases massively. But I'd say for the boys, again, compared to the girls, they always play that evening game.
Yeah.
So you finish the game at, 9:30, 10 o'clock. Then if you're away, you then travel straight back home. So you're always getting back after midnight when you're in Durham. But even when you do play at home, you're still wired from the game with the adrenaline that you actually struggle to sleep. That's an attempted pull shot, but Ibrahim doesn't get hold of it. Aggression from Potts, going down the crease to have a chat with him. But that's another maiden over from Matt Potts. 3 bowled so far. Impressive spell this from him. Yeah, I think people have to give these guys some credit, and I think there's a lot of talk, isn't there, around members wanting lots of championship games and the volume of that, but I just think it's relentless, and I think we want to see the best of the best when we come and watch championship cricket, but are we creating a schedule that allows these lads to perform in that way? And everyone has a different opinion on that, but as I said, just from obviously being quite close with the boys in terms of when we train and when they're about and when they're not about. And I mean, credit goes to them with the schedule they've had previously, and I mean they're absolutely smashing the T20 Blast as well. They're in a very good position to maintain performance, and I guess credit to the backroom staff as well for, I guess, knowing when to push in terms of training, when to hold back, and trying to get the best out of the cricketers.
Even resting Ben Rain on Friday night to make sure that he's fresh and ready to do it, because he's a veteran. That's driven away, but won't beat Matthew Potts in the covers.
Again, you could read that both ways. You call him a veteran and
He's
being
old.
rested. You're like, oh, he's old, he's being rested. Or we need his experience.
No, we're definitely looking after his body there. He's been superb in the Blast again. His role with the ball and been batting in that number 5 position. It's just an integral part of what Durham cricket is, no matter what colour ball. Tried to pull it back there. That was really nice, wasn't it? And 25 for 3. Sussex Ackerman doing his very best to keep some kind of shine on the ball. Which is 40, well, into its 45th over now. Kept a little bit low, as we often see from the Lumley end. That threat of rain looks like it's just disappeared for the time being. No lightning, so you're safe.
Will Rhodes and Sam Connors coming together at
That's probably as
Beach
close as
Square
Will
and
gets it.
finally.
Please talk to me. I think Sam Connors might be coming on to have a bowl here. Ben Rain on the money. Just going through some stretches out in the deep. Matthew Potts probably to the end of his spell there. I think that was a 5 over spell from him.
Yeah,
The church bells, yeah. Very pleasant.
Who's getting married? Or is it just Sunday?
It's just another day in Chester Street. It's tucked away down to Sam Connors, the man we were talking about, down at fine leg.
The boss Sam has asked me to announce some good news.
Oh, what have we got?
Grace Thompson and Phoebe Turner have been announced in the England A 50 over squad for the New Zealand series.
Wow, that is cool.
So, yeah, 2 very young, exciting cricketers get an opportunity with England A, which is good for Durham. You obviously got Maddie Villiers, Holly Armitage and Bess Heath as well involved in the England A series against India. There's 2 series running in parallel. But
That's so cool. That I'm pleased. I mean, every time I think of Grace, she brings a smile to my face just because she's extremely talented. She's a Durham girl and she's just crazy, really.
Crazy's an understatement.
Yeah, she's cool. And Phoebe Turner's, exploits with the ball were absolutely outstanding in that 50 over start to the season, and thoroughly deserved. And I still think there's so much more to come from her when she, I don't know if it's the belief or the confidence to turn herself into that all-rounder. She is going to be an absolute gun of a cricketer.
Sam Connors into the attack then. He's slinging action and a big thick outside edge to start from Coles. With his extra pace, that will race away for 4. The score will move to 130 for 3 and Coles to 26. Yeah, I think confidence is a big thing, I think, for Phoebe Turner, being alongside her in the dressing room, just that belief of how good she is and can be. I think it was nice to see last week she went and played some second 11 cricket as a batter and apparently played really nicely down there, and hopefully bring a bit of confidence into her all-round game. But I think, in time we're going to see her be a prolific all-round cricket, both in domestically, and I do think she does have the potential to go on and play international cricket. And that same result, guided though this time by Coles, using the extra pace. And Connor's first 2 balls of this spell have gone for 4.
I'll tell you another one who's just starting to is Muddy Villiers, like proper diva.
Why do you call her a diva?
Oh, have you not seen it in the
what makes you think
in
she's
the
a
indoor
diva?
net? So about the first 2 or 3 times when obviously we've practiced quite a lot, my kids from school and you guys over the winter. And she was always fiddling about. She's always like getting people to move from behind this and that, and that netting's not quite right compared to this one, and she's just funny. I like winding her up, to be honest. But she's really, I guess, once she puts those performances with bat and ball together, but what an exciting prospect she is.
Yeah, I think she's just an interesting one, isn't she? 'Cause she's played for England a fair bit when she was younger and then has come away from that. And I mean, she's highly talented. When you watch her go about her training as well, she's got such a high work ethic. She's very clear on what she wants to do. It's played back down the pitch. It was interesting the day she got 85. She came in early, and I was having a net with Kyle, our batting coach, Kyle Coates, and she joined early, and she wanted to work on sort of particular areas of her game. And that day she was working on basically hitting straight. And first ball, she just banged Izzy Wong back down straight. But that shows you the extra things she wants to keep getting better, and that's why potentially in the future I'd like to see her back in England colours, and she certainly has the potential to.
Oh,
That's
it's
an
a big
appeal for
shout.
LBW. Not given.
Maybe a little bit high.
We're going to come back for 2. Good running. Are we having 3 on, or do you want me out, Ash?
No, you can stay. Got Ryan Campbell's going to join us. He's sitting hesitantly in the background, which is not normally like him.
He might want me out, to be fair.
Well,
we'll let him decide.
Should have heard some of the things she was saying about you.
Rose between 2 thorns
Absolutely.
now.
How are you, mate?
I'm good. Good. Just taking it all in. The old Kookaburra rounds. There's a mob full of the indoor centres full of West Australians.
Yeah,
Kent Street High School.
My old school.
That's pulled nicely out to Graham Clark at deep backward square.
I'm going to pop down at some stage as we play them tomorrow. My school plays against Kent Street just up the road. It'll be really good. Looking forward to that one.
Good to see some West Aussies in the house.
There's not enough of us around, is there?
No. Well, we're trying.
You're familiar, though, with the Kookaburra ball.
We are there. It is.
It's different
actually
here, though, isn't it?
It is different. It is a bit different here. That's I want to. I understand the reasoning for it, and I give anything a whirl. So, I get that. And I understand the ECB's thinking behind it, and good on them. I guess on the negative side, I just feel this Kookaburra ball should be used at lower levels in under 19s and stuff, where the youngsters are still earning their way, learning and how to use things, and makes them bowl faster and all that, which is what you're after. Not sure once you get to county level at someone like a Ben Rain or I don't know, even some of the younger fast bowlers, Buster Later and these guys, I'm not sure you can ask them to suddenly try and bowl faster because you've changed the ball.
Why is it so different, though? Why does the ball play so differently here to it does in Australia?
I think that's the same. I'm not sure they're exactly the same as the Australian balls, to be honest. I know for a fact it doesn't do well if it gets wet.
Yeah,
which
that's
is
what we're just talking about there with the rain around.
Don't want rain. That's the worst thing that can happen. It just it reacts differently to our pitches, and Australian pitches are much harder. Ball speed is a lot more sort of prevalent in Australian conditions, I would have thought, but it is what it is, and we'll enjoy it, and we'll see what happens.
Looks like they're enjoying it out there. I'll give them that.
Well, I think that our blokes are just going to have fun, and that's, I think you guys know me well enough by now. That's what we promote as a team, and the only way to get through some long, hard days occasionally is just to literally make sure you're having fun and enjoying. And it's funny how, when you're doing that, suddenly a few things happen for you, and, we all go to work some days and just think, oh, this is going to be a shocking day, but we're still playing a game we love.
Absolutely. Ben Rain doing what he loves, running in and hitting back of a length. Yeah, we were singing your praises. You must have almost heard us, actually, you and the lads.
My ears were burning.
Just your adaptability, I guess, into coming straight from a pretty hectic blast campaign into championship cricket. And for all I think you're doing brilliantly adapting, I don't think it's the best thing for the game. I don't think you can play your best cricket by changing formats within 48 hours. Interested to know your thoughts on that one.
I get that. 100% I get it. But the facts are, this is the schedule.
Yep.
So I always say to the guys, like, we can stand here and you can belt your head against the wall. The wall's still going to stand, I'm pretty sure. So if you want to win
Depends
it.
who it is belted.
Yeah. You're like, we just got to roll with it and, make the most of it. And the thing is, let's be honest, T20, like we spoke today, mate, we're still hitting a lot of balls.
Yeah.
You're playing cricket shots.
High bouncer from Rain.
And yes, the game's a bit different in T20, but cricket's still cricket. Let's be honest. If you took it down there, you watch the ball, you're running in from your same length of, charging in. You're trying to bowl fast, you're trying to hit the top of the stumps.
Yeah.
Yes, in T20 you probably bowl a fraction shorter, so that's a bit of something that you have to, make yourself bowl a bit fuller.
Yeah.
But.
But we were discussing as well how it can work in players' favour, like Will Rhodes, for instance, who probably didn't have the start of the championship campaign that he would liked. But he's then gone and played T20 cricket. He's played beautifully. He's had that extra bit of freedom, and hopefully when he comes back into this, he has that extra bit of confidence that will help his championship and red ball game.
Well, he's been a revelation, really, in our T20 team. I'll be honest, me, he wasn't in our first team. He wasn't going to play in our first T20 team. He was going to be close, but we had, worked out that Ben McKinney was going to be our hitter down the end, that we were going to work to take the place of a Michael Jones. But we had Will Rhodes also working on that side of his game as well, because I just felt that with Will, yes, we could have he's not known as a hitter, but we can develop that. But what he does have is the mind to be my problem solver. Now, I love Ben McKinney, but Ben's not at that stage where he can be the problem solver, because he just wants to whack it, which is fun too. So, you got two different sort of style of players for the one position. But the facts were, the England Lions called up him and Emilio Gay, and that gave Rhodes an opportunity. An opportunity is a wonderful thing. He's the second highest run scorer for us. I think his strike rate's 146 or something. I sound like I know what I'm doing there, don't I? Only because Maddo sent me the figures the other day, and I do read his emails.
I was like, he does know his players well.
Yeah, I do check out a few things. But that's, he's done a great job. So you can't just then, Ben comes back, you can't just say, oh, Ben, we're just going to move everything around for you, mate. And it's tough on Ben, but, as we saw the other night, we got an opportunity because we had to rest Ben Rain, and we figured, we can just sort of steal a little bit Rob Peter, our bowling attack, which is so good, to pay Paul, because our batting was a bit stuttery, I think. We haven't really played with the right freedom, which, we tried to address, and, the Yorkshire game was really exciting, to be honest.
Probably your best complete performance, would you say?
Easily. What I like now is that, we go to the halfway point in control of our own destiny. Last year I think we got to this point and we were hoping we needed results to go our way already. So at the back end we have Nottingham twice, we have Birmingham, we have Lancashire, then we have Northants and Leicester. So we win a couple of certain games, we can keep that top four, sort of separate, a bit of separation from the rest. And the facts are, a quarter-final was our goal. A home quarter-final would be outstanding, just for the, bring the people into Durham to experience that sort of stuff. But, yeah, we know we've got a long way to go. But I just feel that the boys have sort of gone, that's how we play. That's how we want to play. We like that.
Pish by Ibrahim to Alex Lees at mid-on.
Good problems, mate. You've actually got a few bowlers fit to pick from, and brilliant to see Sam Connors making his debut today.
Yeah, fantastic for Sammy. He's had a frustrating season so far, where he broke down in Zimbabwe with a side strain, which is obviously the worst thing that you could have for a bowler. He fought his way back, and then he sneezed, and that put him out for another month. Must have been a good sneeze, but he did his side again, sneezing.
Edged.
Oh my God.
And Ollie Robinson
great catch.
gets a hanger. Across in front of first slip. George Drizzle is almost motionless there in preparation, but Ollie Robinson takes a beauty, and as a couple of ex-wicket keepers in the house, Ryan, you'll have loved that.
I love that because Ollie missed one the other day, and he's really worked hard in the meantime. And there he's showed great reaction. I was actually going to say Ibrahim, he's 5 off 37, 38 balls, that he's actually putting his mate at the other end under a bit of pressure. So it'd be nice for us to get a little nick here, and you never know. But look, really pleased for the guys. They've really continued to truck in, and then you look up the scoreboard and you think, geez, if we get 1 or 2 more wickets quickly,
Good position.
suddenly you're in charge of the game. But really good catch. I thought Drizzle moved well, by the way.
He did.
He looked like he had it covered as well. So really, like we're saying, really pleased for Sammy Connors, who has really fought his way back. For the first time this year, I actually looked, and I mentioned this to you after the game the other day, that I looked at our second team and saw Minto, Connors, Coughlin, Delata, Colleen, Hogg playing in the same team, and all with the no restrictions on them, which is another thing, which is like, oh my God.
It's a killer, isn't it?
Yeah, so, obviously that's really exciting. But saying that, we're playing this game without a pro, so our overseas guys, poor old Neil Wagner broke down, and, Beddingham's away. So we've had our issues. We still we seem to, haven't had the best luck with injuries, but again, you can either mope and groan, and that's why I've said this to you before, Thorpe, that I'm lucky I've got a boss like Marcus North who smiles and says, right, let's problem solve our way through this. Let's, come up with some answers.
What have we got?
You know what the questions are, but you got to come up with answers, and that's, the amount of people that have come to me and sort of saying, oh, this bloke should play, this bloke should play. Who are you going to leave out? Out of curiosity for those people, but you never get that answer.
Well, I asked the question for you the other day. I was speaking to Northie out in the middle. I was like, what are we going to do? As Connors comes in again on the back of his first wicket. John Simpson, the new batter, the excellent John Simpson, captain, wicket keeper. And I was like, what are we going to do? Are we going to look for overseas? He was like, it's all under control, mate. He says, all the boys are coming back at the right time. We've got it covered. We've got Potts back. And he was mentioning Sam, he was mentioning Buss, he was mentioning, Mitch has just taken 5 for. He says for the first time, I think, we don't have to panic and maybe go and make those decisions.
And those decisions are tough
because,
it's not like a T20 game where, if I need a bowler and I need you to bowl 4 overs, you know what, you'd probably go, yeah, I can do that. Whereas if I come to Ash and go,
M can't right now.
I can.
If I
Cambo's cleared me fit to bowl.
If I turned to Ash and said, "Oh, Ash, I need you to play then tomorrow, but you're going to have to bowl 30 overs."
Yeah, different gravy.
That's hard work, and you got Australia in the West Indies at the minute. You've got obviously England playing against India. You got South Africa in Zimbabwe. You got New Zealand about to go to Zimbabwe.
Who organised that tour when all of our players are Kiwis and South Africans?
They snuck those in. Don't worry about that.
Ridiculous.
They all sort of came in late.
Ben Rayner thought he'd snuck one through.
Look, it's been tough, and trying to get the right overseas pros is it is hard work, because obviously with bowling restrictions nowadays. Don't worry, we asked folks about 27 times, and New Zealand cricket if he could play. he quickly got on a plane to Dubrovnik as fast as he could. Very clever, that young man. But no, New Zealand had already said no, he's not allowed to. But yeah.
We'll talk about the influence in a second just of our overseas players, especially in relation to the Blast. But we'll come to Big Jimmy Nation. I've called him the Beast a few times on commentary. He's had a huge influence on our play, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's been fantastic. He's, if he's missed out with a bat, he's generally stood up with the ball. And again, he wasn't supposed to play for us. He was, David Beddingham was our batting pro. But with South Africa making the final and then, whacking on a couple of games in Zimbabwe, we had to make a change.
Ben Rain just getting a full shot there from Coles. Pick up a couple.
So that was tough to sort of think, okay, what do we want to do here? And then when Jimmy's name was mentioned, to me, it gave us an element of flexibility that we hadn't had in our T20 team for a while.
The ropes.
And the power hitter, which is obviously something we also were looking at getting. He has been fantastic. He's fitted into the change room really well. He's a big, brash young man who loves to be the centre of the attention. And I'm not saying that meanly, because he's actually, his storytelling is brilliant. And we love having him around the group. He's over there now. He's come in on a Sunday. Yeah, he's come in on a Sunday just to, go to the gym but just hang out and. He
not in the golf course.
He doesn't want to admit it, I don't reckon, but I think he's a cricket nuffy.
Oh, 100%. I've seen him a few times outside of here. And yes, he was talking about himself, but he was actually talking about himself in cricket context as well.
No, he has been, and I'm not just saying this because I'm on air, he has been an absolute beauty for us.
Oh
no, that's not a catch, is it?
Umpire Hartley hasn't signalled anything, and that is a tickle down the leg side.
That's disappointing.
It is. Ollie Robinson looks surprised that runs have been given, but runs have been given. Durham just missed an opportunity there to get a little cheap one down the leg side.
Well, that's that little bang-bang that I was sort of talking about. Suddenly, when they were 3 down, you get a couple, and suddenly 5, you're halfway, and only
2 batters on
40.
0.
So you could start it fresh, but, yeah, disappointing.
And Zach Folkes' influence on him, he's come in and hit the ground literally from the first couple of overs he bowled, I think, with a wicket maiden and another maiden. So,
well, what I've loved to see from Zach Folkes is he's a guy that actually tries to swing it.
Yeah,
a
bit old school.
It's an old school mentality, but he's awkward because he's got it's almost like he's out of kilter when he.
It's almost off the wrong foot, is the way I described it, but it's not. Connor's back in. Coles climbs into that. Gets a single.
So, yeah, he's been outstanding. Obviously, he's bowled big, tough overs in the power play, which is a tough thing to do. I think in New York, we were on a pitch that we thought was going to be 200. It was small ground, wind howling across. We're thinking, geez, 200 here. Lads, you're going to have to strap yourselves in. We'll think of different ways in our power play, but Parky and Folkes, you're going to have to start, and then we'll work everyone out.
Yeah.
We might have to bowl everyone 1 over. Mate, they bowled 3 each.
Yeah, outstanding. Simpson is off the mark with a strong pull shot, and we'll pick up a couple. I'll ask you this, and I'm sure it's tongue-in-cheek. Has Will Rhodes upset somebody, but he's been out on his own grazing in front of the tractor the whole shift?
Well, I think now he's a T20 boundary rider. I think he just goes there now.
Just natural.
Yeah.
Thanks to Emily Windsor, who was with us, and Rob Rush's back with Ryan Campbell and myself, Ash Thorpe, on comms.
This bloke's been out a few times just letting the ball go. Maybe we need him to do that. Just misjudge one. Take the top of off stump.
Oh, I tell you what, that's a beauty from Connors. And those kind of balls and those kinds of player misses are the ones that maybe do make you want to leave the ball just outside off stump.
Well, that's the thing, and that was a talking point that you know, when a guy has been out letting the go a few times,
He's going to play probably more.
he doesn't want to let him go.
He's more conscious of where it is.
Where that off stump is, and I guess you got to test how the conscious mind that he has about that area, so especially early on.
Coggers might be having a snooze up there. Is he still on duty, or is it Luke Robinson on duty for this second session?
Well, I think they're both on duty, to be honest. Lukey's being dragged in for... unfortunately, we got the news this morning that Ben McKinney was not feeling so well. He obviously copped an absolute brute.
It was.
It was a hard hit, and on Friday night, and look, he felt well. He felt okay, and he said, "Oh, I will definitely want to field," and he was running around, feel great. But then the next morning, woke up with a headache and didn't want to get out of bed, and
that's a normal day for Ben. That not wanting to get up.
That's where the alarm bells obviously start going off, and Susan was very quickly all over it. And I'll be honest, when I was driving into the place today, I had in my head that he wasn't going to play, and when I took a look at him when I walked in the door, it was like, you're definitely not going to play.
Bed,
it's
it was funny because we all come in a little bit late, and you were in the middle of throwing out yellow cards left, right, and centre, and obviously not seeing somebody 6'7" in the warm up, I was like, where's Ben? And then literally the next person said, where's McKinney? That's helped around the corner and helped with real pace, and goes away for 4 from Simpson. And then it was my thoughts immediately were like, I wonder if he's that hit in the head as the 150 comes up from Sussex.
Yeah, it's we have so many I guess protocols now that as soon as you get hit once, we're not going to take any chances. If he had felt okay on Saturday, then of course we would have looked. He was in the team. Then by Saturday afternoon, reports were coming in that he was feeling a bit worse. So then you start to alert people that Will Rhodes, especially, was he has to get his mind around. You're probably going to have to play. And then this morning he has to go through one more proper test, and Susan is, like I say, so good at what she does, and she's never going to take a risk with our players. Their health is always going to be number one. Unfortunately Ben will miss out, and his recovery will all come down to him, really. How some people, tomorrow is an important day, because if he feels okay, then the 7 days starts. But if he doesn't feel well, which we saw with young Cody when we
good work from Clark.
When we went through the same thing with Cody, he wasn't feeling well, and you can't start your 7 day protocol until you're actually feeling good. So we'll wait and see. Hopefully, fingers crossed that he'll be fine.
Can you let us into the team secrets on where Will Rhodes will stride out to bat, or are you keeping that?
I thought he's going to bat at number 3, where he's
perfect. Cool.
Batted a million times before, and he'll get the opportunity to bat at number 3, and Emilio will open the batting with Alex.
There you go. There's more questions answered, Rob. Little lap sweep. Typical wicket keepers, just manipulating the balls.
To be honest, that was a pretty easy question. Come on, guys. Surely you're sitting here.
Well, we'd assumed it.
We'd
assumed it. But you're pretty random at times, mate, if I'm honest with you. And
might keep Clarkey up there.
Yeah, well, can funk things up a little bit. Oh, yeah.
Funky fields, funky batting lineups.
Take on a little bit of rain back in the air again, I think.
Someone we haven't touched on yet, Cambo, Baz Deleda, first real appearance of the season for him. Obviously, he's had his own injury issues going over the off-season, and I think he might have picked up a little tweak with the Dutch as well. Just what's that been like, having to watch how he goes? The Simpson comes down the track and launches Giselle over the top of Ben Rain for the first 6 of the game. Nice use of the feet from the Sussex skipper. But yeah, to talk to us about how you've been able to work Bass back in. Obviously, he played with the twos earlier this week, and then has come up to be part of the team for today.
Yeah, like Bass obviously, unfortunately, was diagnosed with a stress fracture in the off season. We all know that he goes and plays for the Dutch as often as he can. And then also, he's in the IL T20 and he's in, the Nepalese T20. There's a lot of leagues that he's also goes to. But once that diagnosis came in, it was obviously very important that we went through the whole process with him, and stress fracture for a young fast bowler is obviously something we don't want him to have, and he's had one before. In my time with the Dutch, he had one, so the old alarm bells were going off. So we didn't rush him back. He's had time off, and not until that scan was clear was he allowed to start his return to bowling. In that time he was lucky enough that when he was cleared that he could bat, and so he played a few games with the Dutch as a batter. But yeah, to have him back is always gives us again flexibility with our lineup. Probably been unlucky not to play in the T20 stuff for us so far this year. It's it's one of those ones where we're trying to work things out. We've had Casey Aldridge here on loan, and did a pretty good job as well in those four games that he played. So he's an exciting talent. That obviously he's not our player, but when you're trying to win T20 games, and we were again didn't have any backups because all of our at the time we had fast bowlers
still working way back.
Yeah, so we needed to get a hold of a couple of people. So that's it has I guess been a bit frustrating for Bus not being in the team, and then once we decided that he was a chance and he had his loads up that he might play here, then the decision was made to withdraw him from the T20 side, and unfortunately we have to make priorities.
Yeah.
And sometimes you have to just say to one competition, you're gonna have to put you on hold for a second. So that's what we did with both Bus and Driz, withdrawn from the T20 side, and they both went down and played against Warwickshire. Bus will play this game, and I'm pretty sure he's then got to go for the Dutch. Have got the World Cup qualifiers, which we're allowing him to go to because we've always said to Bus the big tournaments are really important for you and the Dutch, and he'd probably sit in the corner and cry if we didn't let him play for the Dutch, which is fair enough. He's a good Dutch lad, and takes it pretty seriously. So yeah, he'll sneak off and play the qualifiers and hopefully get the Dutch to the World Cup, which I think is February in India, and then he'll be back. So we'll find a space for him. I've no doubt in those last 6 T20 games, again we'll have to look. We're going to come off 2 pretty tough 4-day fixtures and then go straight into T20 again, and then there's 2 more 4-day games straight after that. So it's going to be things are going to come thick and fast for us. So we'll have to just keep making sure that we've got as many players available as we can.
One of the cool things I saw the other night was the T20 actually, and Bus and Driz had just been to the gym and were in the family room up there, and your young fella was in, and the first thing that beamed when they saw each other, and then started speaking to each other in Dutch, which I thought was really cool. That's a lovely extra cover drive that beats Emilio Gay.
Won't beat Potts, do you?
Potts does.
Yeah, again, I go back to that missed chance that we had. That was 20 runs already ago. On a tough wicket when it's flat and things aren't happening, you got to take your chances. And unfortunately, at the minute we didn't. And hopefully we can bounce back and someone can pull something out of the hat.
Yeah, it would have been the wicket of Coles as well, which would have had 2 new batters in on 0 at the time. Oh, and there's that leave, and it's a good one from Simpson. I'm sure there's just a little bit of heart in mouth as that one went through. But he started off nicely. He's on 16. Coles is on 41. 166 for 4.
Pretty good story, Sussex, when you think about it. You know, I just think they, you know, I remember my first game in charge of Durham, they beat us, and I thought, okay, yeah, fair enough. But they've, you know, they took them a couple of years to get to Division
rebuild,
1.
wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, they've moved some players on and brought some guys in. But the core of their success this year still has been their young local players, and you know, this kid here is a pretty good player. You know, we've seen Clark and these sort of guys have big seasons. Haynes has had a big season.
Had Alior as well a couple of seasons ago before he went off to Hampshire.
Yeah, it's, you know, it's they produce good young players, and you know, I think there's a real feel of confidence around the place. You know, they've always been good at T20, and they continue to be. You know, I think they're, what are they, second or third in the South group. So it's, yeah, I would have thought Paul Fabrice is pretty happy with how his mob are shaping up.
Oh, that's hit in the air. It will fade away. Ben Rain does very well in his own way of dragging that one back. Here's one for you. Seeing you're an old bloke like me, you can answer this question. Is Ben Rain in veteran category?
Of course he is. He's 33, isn't he?
That's
32?
right. So we were looking at, do you go on age or do you go on games? And I reckon he ticks both boxes.
Yeah, ticks both boxes, but I think you go on games, to be honest.
It's cool. I'm good.
It's funny. We always have a laughing joke because I walked in the door at Northie's office one of my first days and said, why have we signed a 40-year-old for 3 years? Like, I don't think I was joking at the time. I was like, no, Ben's only 30 or 29. I went, oh, sorry. Okay.
Oh, he took 60 that season, so
yeah.
he proved you wrong pretty quick.
Oh, it wasn't proven. I was just wondering why, if that's how we roll. But yeah, the guys obviously don't let me or Ben forget that day. Cambo's just sort of said, we're signing 40-year-olds.
Matthew Potts. Must be an absolute joy to have Matthew Potts back in your ranks. He's about to bowl from the Finkel end. Wholehearted campaigner. Already got through 11 overs today. One of those bowlers that will run in all day for you.
Yeah, no doubt.
Is it just a case of letting him go now that he's back from England? Obviously, you've got to look after him and stuff in terms of he knows what he needs to do. You know what works for him. Just a case of letting him get on with his work rather than too much in the air. Just kind of leave him be.
Leave him be. He's you know, obviously he played or was away for 2.5 weeks in that white ball period for England, but like he loves coming back to Durham and knows that the work is about to be done. And you know, I don't know what the England selectors got in their mind. You would think that, you know, with Sam Cook and Wokes in the squad, they're probably the two that he goes up against.
Yeah.
You know, he's probably not going to be a guy up against Cass, Atkinson. Yeah, so that's the sort of way you would look that England are looking at him. So, mate, the only way he's going to get it back in that team, I would have thought, is to take loads of wickets. And to take loads of wickets, you've got to play. So he needs to bowl.
It's a self-fulfilling circle in a way.
Oh, for sure.
Just having a check-in on the test score. So Harry Brook out earlier for 99. 7 down, England. Durham's Bryden Cast currently 17 not out of just 13 balls, I think. Happy hour.
that is Carson in a nutshell, isn't
He'll
it?
be trying to whack him.
Happy hour in a nutshell.
Seems to be a good test match going on, though. Like,
they pulled it back, both of them, at the end there, haven't they, a little bit?
It's an interesting stage. I know statistically, Headingley day 5 the numbers go up for batting and stuff.
It's one of the rare grounds, isn't it?
Yeah, but I still reckon I've seen a couple of balls turn and things. I think Jadeja is going to be a handful. So I think if India, whatever they set, England are going to come.
Yeah.
I don't know. I reckon I'm backing India to knock them over on the last day. If they've got 380, 400 up the sleeve, I think it'd be a good test match on the last day.
All to play for. Down there, all to play for here, day 1 at Chesley Street. Potts trying to get Durham halfway here, 170 for 4, Sussex. He's bang on the money. 2 slips in place. I guess a lot of discussion around fields and just trying to be inventive and creative with. I feel I'm going to get a lawsuit though with your old sponsor Kookaburra, that you just have to try something different and almost be aggressive in your defending with this ball. I know.
Yeah. The first 10 overs are really important. You have to bowl well with the new rock for sure, and then after that you got to try and find a way that. Can it go reverse here? Again, our place probably isn't abrasive enough for it to to scuff up,
isn't it?
So that's I guess that's the question. You just got to try and take care of the ball so much, keep one side as dry as you can, and see what happens. But again, that's why it was so important that we played drizzle here. Spinners have to do a big job. With the Kookaburra ball, not just that first innings you need to contain, and then the second innings hopefully they're going to be coming right into the game and trying to spin the ball and take some wickets.
Yeah, he got through 6 in the first session. So far 8 overs down, Drizzle, and picked up a really nice wicket with one of his variations, one that just slides on a little bit. Got through the defence. Well, an attempted cut shot. Really, from Clark, just before lunch.
Yeah, it was a nice piece of bowling, sort of bit of an arm ball.
Yeah,
really, wasn't it? It just drifted in. He was getting some nice drift there with a perfect breeze for him going across the ground. But it's a great challenge for Driz. He's obviously had a pretty good season to date with the bat. And we know, that's made him, very enticing to select because he fields well and he's batting really well and he's bowled okay. But the facts are he's still a bowler.
Yeah.
And he still needs to take wickets to keep the Wolves at bay, so to speak.
Yeah, he's had a great pre-season, didn't he? And then kick-started that, and he's every opportunity he gets at the moment, like you said, he is scoring runs. It'd be nice to see him really kick on and cement this spot as number 1 spinner. Throw it back, run him out. Oh, was that an opportunity? Might not have had that perfectly in the hand as he's released that.
It's funny, he has to throw that because that could have been run out.
Yeah, for sure.
It's also interesting that in today's world you can appeal for that. Obstruction. You're not allowed to run down the middle of the wicket anymore.
It's hit him right in the cheek.
But we're a nice team. We don't do that. So
yeah, we need to change that. We are. I tell you what, we are a nice team. The other night in that T20 game, that catch on the boundary,
Bustelator.
Yeah, Bus and Folksy, and I was getting all giddy here in the commentary box, and then I just saw Bus and Zach both put their hands up in the 6 motion. I was like, "What are you doing?"
Well, I don't think Bus was 100% sure, but he was the one that first went. And then he said to the umpire, "I'm not 100% sure, but got to be honest, don't you?" Unfortunately, it doesn't happen too often.
Apparently so.
Yeah.
It was a brilliant bit of fielding. Got the left-hander now in his sights. John Simpson. Already run down and hit him over mid-on. A little bit more defensive now. Got the sweepers out. Looking to, again, just try and get this run rate in check. And that must have been a really pleasing thing, actually, about the morning, that you managed to string quite a few maidens together just to keep that run rate down.
Yeah, Ben Rain, 7 overs for 8 to start the
5
day
maidens.
was pretty cool. Again, it is, you're just not quite sure what's going to happen with the Kookaburra ball and our surface at the start of play.
Yep.
Vic does a great job putting our wickets together, but they're not fast and bouncy, are they? And, the Kookaburra ball is generally, that's what you want, fast and bouncy. But so for our guys, it's just a matter of, okay, we're going to start, but then we're not going to take too long to react. Yeah. And then if we have to go a different way, we'll go a different way. And that's what I've really enjoyed. It's been a great challenge. That's too much width, but, our cricket wickets, we try to create the best cricket wicket here. It's tough, it's hard, but that's what Test cricket's all for. It's no doubt that's why we've produced so many English fast bowlers, because, they know it's going to be hard yards to get there, and, that's what we expect, and we make a pack that we're not allowed to talk about the ball or the wicket or whatever it is. It's just,
what can we do?
This is the job.
Yep.
Like I say, it's that old one where you can keep knocking your head against that wall and moaning about it, or you can find a way.
$175 now for 4. Simpson 17. Coles just 1 away from a half century. Got that chance down the leg side about half an hour ago. Ollie Robinson putting the chance down. Potts right on the money after that first one, giving a little bit of width.
Yeah, again, we just got to keep thinking 2 wickets away from, suddenly thinking, oh, we're into the tail. Obviously, Hudson Prentice can bat very well, and their tail can bat, don't get me wrong, but it's we never think it's a wicket that we're going to bowl team out for 120. So you're going to have to do the hard graft, but then it's our turn to bat well. But we just got to find a way to create some chances here for us.
And that is 50 for Coles. 7 fours in 83 deliveries.
It's batted nicely. One player we haven't really spoken about yet, Cambo, that I think deserves credit for just keeping going is the skipper, Alex Lee. He's obviously not had a game off yet, partly due to being captain, but for you as a head coach, we've spoken about him a number of times, but just that extra box tick for you that Leesy's able to just keep going, and able to keep everyone's spirits high and lead the club on the front foot.
Yeah, it's a tough job being captain in all formats.
Edged.
No.
And down. Straight through the hands of Drizzle. Comfortable height. And it's hard enough taking 10 wickets with this Kookaburra ball on a good surface. And Durham have just put down in the last half an hour 2 what you would have to say were pretty regulation chances. And you wouldn't say that slip catches are easy, but that's about as easy as they come around waist height.
Yeah, not making ourselves easy for ourselves. It's pretty disappointing. But getting back to Alex Lee, he's done a great job for us. Like I say, it's tough to do it in all formats, but mate, he loves the game. I'm not surprised he batted so well against Yorkshire in the T20 match. Yeah. I think that he there were signs that he was hitting the ball really nicely and just wasn't getting the scores. And I feel that sometimes he was taking on too much responsibility because we were losing wickets at the other end, and he just felt he better almost slow down to try and keep guys, keep the innings together, so to speak. But I think just Friday just showed that when he's on song and he's got some freedom, he's as good a T20 player as anywhere, you know. So that was good signs for him. And again, now it's back to red ball, and you would expect that he's going to take on the challenge of Archer and Robinson, which will be a big test for everyone when it's our turn to bat, and we're just going to have to get in there and get stuck in and hopefully fight fire with fire.
Huge thanks to Ryan Campbell for giving us his time today, sharing his thoughts. Didn't really get any secrets out of him today, but it's brilliant to have him involved as part of Durham Live. He'll go away, no doubt, a little bit disappointed to see a couple of chances go down in his stint with Rob and I. Both of these batsmen now have chances. Coles tucks this away into the leg side and will get through for a comfortable single.
Yeah, I could tell Potts was understandably frustrated. I think there was a little bit of a boot back of the ball towards Simpson after that drop chance.
Two pretty regulation chances gone missing there for Durham. One would have been a nice strangle down the leg side to get rid of Coles, and that catch to slip from George Drizzle. Off the bowling of Potts ends the over from Drizzle, just the one from 181 for 4 Sussex. Coles just gone to 50, is on 51. John Simpson, the skipper, is on 21. Reminder here on Durham Live, if you're watching, give us a click and a like and a subscribe. That'll keep you up to date with all the streaming. With Rob Rush taking you through all 4 days. And me, I'm just here for today. Got the day job to do this week. School's in action pretty much all week.
Some pretty mixed results for this Kookaburra Ball going on, Ash, so
A few
far.
wickets been taken. Well, Durham really should have Sussex 6 down here.
Essex are 5 down. At Chelmsford, just 172 on the board. Hampshire doing well there. That's clipped away for just 1 from Simpson. Somerset are making it look pretty easy. 156 out loss. They're playing Warwickshire at Edgbaston. Worcestershire are 134 for 6 against Surrey. Notts are 2 down against Yorkshire, but they've got 176 on the board. Gloucestershire 114 for 5. Kent 138 for 2. Middlesex have got a pretty good move on, but they've lost 6, 228 they are right now. Glamorgan 182 for 3. So there have been some wickets being taken. So that's flicked fine, and for 4, that won't improve Matthew Potts' moods. Just erring a tad straight there, and after having Simpson dropped in the last over at slip, he'll no doubt be looking to try and knock over some poles.
Bryden Cast just dismissed there by Mohammad Siraj, and the test match gone for 22.
Glorious. Glorious from Coles and gets 4. 50 partnership between Coles and Simpson, and as we've mentioned, Ash, they probably should be both back in the hut right now.
Yeah, that would be frustration all round for Durham and for Potts.
Nice little dab down to third where Will Rhodes is waiting. Coles will keep strike, 192 for 4.
Little lift from Durham here. Can have all the energy in the world, but there's no doubt that missed chances just sap the energy levels. Big Drizzle trying to make amends for that missed chance with the ball now. Be bowling to Coles. Coles just walks across his stumps and whips that into the leg side and will pick up another single as he moves to 62 now. He'll have the man he put down in his sights now. John Simpson on strike. Right arm round the wicket. It's nice from Drizzle. Simpson advances, struck on the pad, but half thought about appealing. Goes a bit dark and gloomy again here in Chesley Street. And that nice variation from Drizzle there, just defended by Simpson. This one's whipped away, but won't beat the skipper. Tumbling away at mid-wicket, does the fielding. That ends the over.
Have a change of bowling.
Just sort of delayed a stretching there. Is he going to be the man to come on? Talking about the man to come on, Matthew Potts is leaving the ground, and Paul Coughlin on 12th man duties. Comes out to the middle.
One for 47 so far for the Dutchman on his first appearance of the season. Absolute beauty to get rid of Dan Hughes. Just ticking under 5 overs until just under 5 until that tea break now. Another 2 wickets in session so far for the host, but should have been 4. Sam Connors picking up his first wicket for the club with a brilliant take from Ollie Robinson to follow up that delayed a beauty to Hughes.
Bit of rain in the air by the look of it. Just might get that confirmed with our cameraman up on the roof, Ross, see if it's raining up there. Yeah, there is a bit in the air.
That earlier band seemed to have missed us, but
It just does it here at Chesley Street. It looks like it's going to be the end of the world, and then it just slides on past.
no slips now.
First drop's actually hitting our window there.
Got Will Rhodes down at third. George Giselle at point. Ackerman in at catching cover. Amelia Gay at a traditional extra. Sam Connors mid-off. And Ben Rain, Graham Clark are out on the leg side. Flicked out for one.
The next band of rain, honestly, it, according to the Met Office, literally splits. It goes over Durham and over Newcastle and just splits over Chesley Street. It's weird. So we might catch the tail end of some of it.
Around the wicket now to Simpson, down the leg side. From Deleda, just that single from it, 194 for 4, and Matthew Potts is jogging back onto the field.
Yeah, 60 overs done now. Drizzle's going to continue in the drizzle. Wonder what happens if we bring Ben Rain on.
Showers.
This one again, bit of a repeat of the first ball of the last over. Coles just gets across and whips that away comfortably out to deep square leg for a single. Moves on to 64, 195 for 4. Simpson uses his feet and pushes that out to Matthew Potts, who's, as you said there, is back on the pitch. $20 overs to the new ball. Nice bit of shape on that one from Drizzle. Bit of overspin. It's got a little bit of dip.
He's a bit, that's sort of his, more so his natural.
Absolutely. Cole's just giving himself a little bit of width and then pushes that one to long on.
It's making sense.
Access the
Like I
offside
said,
there.
it's his stock ball, isn't it? That
Yeah.
sort of overspin.
Again, that little variation from Drizzle nearly sneaking through. Good partnership from these two so far at 57. That's swept away but won't beat Bustaleda at Buckwood Square. That ends the over. 3 runs from the over. 197 for 4 from 61. James Cole's on 65. John Simpson on 23. A couple of overs remaining to the tea break. In a session, Durham will rue some missed opportunities.
Another annoyance for Durham Ash is that this is a right-hand, left-hand combo, so those quick singles like that one taking the Z just means everyone's got to move around a little bit more than they want to.
Yeah, you're right. Little nuisance factors in the game.
Pull shot, top edge. It's going to run for 4, very fine from Coles, who moves on to 70. That's 200 up for Sussex, and this pair proving to be a thorn in Durham's side right now.
Yeah, not in control. There's a good bounce of that from Bastelader. Top edge. But another boundary for James Coles. Moves on to 70 now. Bless you, whoever that was in the crowd. And again. 203 for 4. Sussex, 62 overs done. Be drizzled to continue to John Simpson. Tossed up nicely, and Simpson just yorks himself a little bit there. Nice again. A little bit of drift from Drizzle. Nicely tucked away into the leg side, this one by Simpson. Pick up a comfortable single, get down the non-striker's end. Bring Coles back on the strike. Durham will be desperate to pick up one of these two before tea. That could just change the mood. Good anticipation from Emilio Gay, preventing a single. Fielding at mid-wicket, just reading that from James Coles. We've seen it quite a few times now. He just tucks that ball away into the square leg region. And a nice attacking line to finish from Drizzle. That ends the over. There'll be one more over before tea. 204 for 4. Coles on 70. John Simpson on 25. And this is a session that Durham will be happy that they've picked up another couple of wickets, but they'll be hugely disappointed that they've let these two get to the tea break, having both survived some pretty regulation chances, Rob.
Yeah, those ones, the slip catch that went at very easy height through to George Rothesay in the cordon, and then Ollie Robinson dropping one down the leg side. Have to make those count. Always talk about you just want to have 20 chances. You don't have to create 24, 25, or Durham are going to have to create at least 22 to win this game.
Well, 23 if you count the Ben Rain caught and bowled.
Exactly.
So, yeah, picked up 4 wickets and missed 3 opportunities so far. That one probably being the toughest of the 3 chances.
You know, it's just it's a completely different complexion of how the game looks. If Sussex are going into this tea break 6 down, as Ryan Campbell said when he was on air, you're thinking, okay, Durham can really control the rest of day 1 and then can try set up the rest of the game. Whereas now they've got to work twice as hard to get these 2 out that should already be back in the dressing room, and just delays that charge. That will also delay the charge. Nice looking drive from Simpson, who moves on to 29.
Yeah, glorious. Just slightly over pitch from Basteleda. Elegantly put away through the covers by Simpson.
Back to being watchful, which is 2 balls left now until tea break. Dan Hughes and Daniel Ibrahim batters to fall in this session. Sam Connors able to immediately make an impact with the ball. Good take from Ollie Robinson. And Basteleda with an absolute peach to get rid of Dan Hughes early on in the afternoon session. That put Durham on top. As we've alluded to, they've just allowed Sussex away back into this game last half of this afternoon session. Swiveled for 1, and Simpson will have strike when we return after tea. Sussex go into the break 209 for 4, and probably just the slightly happier of the 2 teams knowing what could have been, Ash.
Yeah, they'll be happy knowing that, like you said, both these batsmen could and should have been back in the pavilion. I think Ollie Robinson and Coles just discussing that chance as they head off for tea. Sussex 208 for 4. Wickets to fall in that session. With that of Daniel Hughes, who was knocked over by Beauty early on after lunch. Bowled by Basteleda. And then Daniel Ibrahim was caught acrobatically. Ollie Robinson diving across in front of first slip, giving Sam Connors his first wicket in Durham colours. Not out batsman James Coles on 70. John Simpson on 29. Both surviving chances. Both surviving pretty regulation chances. And Sussex will be the happier of the 2 as they head into the tea break. And we'll be back in around 20 minutes with the last session of today's play. Well, welcome back to the evening session from day one of the Rothesay County Championship game between Durham and Sussex. Sussex in a pretty nice position, 209 for 4 at tee. Daniel Hughes with 60 opening the batting, Tom Haynes with 4, Clark with 30. Coles is the star of the show at the moment on 70 not out. Daniel Ibrahim went for just 5. Captain John Simpson will resume on 30 not out. Wicket apiece for Ben Rain. Sam Connors, Basteleda and George Drizzle. Matthew Potts having a catch put down off his bowling just before tee.
Said it just before, I think, in a Notts game, that he's bowled like someone who should have a load more wickets than he has. He's bowled so well, and it's just something that you just have to have watched the games in order to have seen it. You know, that spell he bowled just after lunch, if I was saying upstairs, if that's a Duke's ball, he maybe picks up a couple because of the movement he would get, but not to be so far for the England international. Should have one. Should have John Simpson in his pocket. But alas, John Simpson is still there, and as Ash said, he'll resume on 30. He'll have the strike, and James Coles is going nicely at the other end on 70, as half of the Durham team are in your shot. Followed by the other half, and Sussex batters, they're taking their time to come out after the tea break as well.
They're on their way.
"16 overs until the second new ball." I don't think there will be any qualms about taking it straight away, Ash.
Nah, they'll grab it as soon as possible.
Going to be the Bristolian Drizzle to carry on after after tea.
Bristolian. I like that.
I think I'm confident in saying he's from Bristol.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. He's definitely he's a Bristol City fan. I know that.
There we go. I have a slip in playing Colin Ackerman. Apart from that, it's an in-out field to start after tea. Talking about his stock delivery, Ash, being that overspin, is that mainly due to do with his height?
It's probably more to do with his release point. Gets up nice and tall. Sort of your 12 o'clock position. Tend to find that those that undercut the ball a little bit more will come from a little lower arm action. But he's using what he's got really. He's using his height. He releases from a nice high point. That should help him get some drift as well. Desperate for a breakthrough. Just to try and transfer some pressure back onto Sussex. They were just easing into a strong position. Short and wide and cut away Out to the ever lonely Will Rhodes, who's been in the deep all day.
I'm with you, Ash. I think he's surely got to have said something that he's
Yeah.
upset.
I hope so. I hope he's upset someone. Make that worthwhile fielding all day. Ryan Campbell saying he's now a boundary rider from his T20 cricket. I'm not having it.
Debut man is going to kick things off in the evening session from the Finkel end. Tickled fine by Simpson now before. Loosener after the tea break. Just tickled round the corner from the Sussex skipper.
Yeah, Durham will want to keep that in check. They don't want to leak runs early. Let Sussex get off to a little flyer. There's one more on target from Connors. Glorious from Simpson. Through extra cover. You'll pick up 4 more. He started the session with a bang. He moves into the 40s. Edged and gone. Connors picks up a big wicket. Simpson had started the session beautifully. And Simpson trying to repeat the dose of the ball before. Feathers one behind. Ollie Robinson this time makes no mistake. And Durham have 5. Sussex 5 down for 220.
Yep, just what's needed from the Durham perspective. I've seen George over there give Matthew Potts a hug of, oh, sorry, mate, that should have been yours. Good low take from Robinson, as you mentioned. That's just a feather through, almost dying to Robinson on the way through, but he's putting a lot of work on his keeping and able to take the grab just what was needed because Simpson is looking dangerous. He has to go for 40. Early blow, just what the doctor ordered for Durham, and hopefully they can now kick on one away from that second bowling bonus point. I think it's going to be Finn Hudson-Prentice walking out at number 7 for the visitors. More than capable all-rounder.
Yeah, did some damage for Derby in the T20 here. Went berserk from ball one. Derby looked down and out in the T20 game. And he came in and all of a sudden put them in with a sniff before Durham got home for victory on that occasion. He's got some work to do. A little bit of rebuilding required here. Can Durham go bang bang here? Oh, and I thought he'd just dragged that on there, thick inside edge.
8 off the over for Sussex, but most importantly, Sam Connors picks up his second wicket. 220 for 5.
Yeah, big moments in the game. Sam Connors picking up his second Durham wicket.
Coles gets his partner on strike. What do you reckon, Ash? Drizzell from the Lumley end up until that new ball, and Connors and maybe Deleda?
Yeah, you'd like to keep Rain and Potts fresh for the new ball. So it might be a little bit of work. Maybe for the part-time Ackerman as well, but what you'd love to do is to see the back of Coles before that new ball comes. Have Sussex 6 or 7 down and let the two experienced new ball bowlers go to work. What we know is that Hudson Prentice is an aggressive player by nature. Very, very handy cricketer. Just holding his bowling hand there. It's tickled around the corner but won't beat 45, and Sam Connors doing the fielding. And now coming to the crease, he'll pick up the attack.
Connors with his tail up after wicket in the last over. Cole's playing inside the line with that one. It's going to be in the edge of the bat. Just watch that wicket back, Ash, and you can see how disappointed Simpson is in his immediate reaction.
Hand on head for quite a long walk off of the... Yeah.
Twirling the bat as well in frustration.
Is this your first look at Connors?
Is indeed. I've been impressed. He's got, as I think Emily mentioned when she was on, a little bit more of a sling action, but he's had good pace, gets good carry off the wicket, and kind of, especially in that first spell, hit the ground running straight away. Didn't really allow many opportunities to be put away to the boundary. That's not his best delivery, though. It's a very good shot from James Coles, who looks like he wants to settle in for the long run here, which is extra frustrating for Durham, as he should be back in the shed.
That was a lovely shot, that. Just slightly over-pitched. And a man who's been in for a few hours now isn't going to miss out there.
You watched much of Connors at Derbyshire before he made the
I
move?
hadn't seen a lot. I watched him bowl initially up here in that game. And then, like you say, he went like he'd hurt his hamstring, I think, in that one. Yeah, Cole's been at the crease for 2.5 hours now. Wasn't going to miss out on that one. Just pleased for him, like a genuinely lovely kid as well. Desperate to get better and improve, and obviously he's looked to Durham to do that. Not had it all his own going. He'd be thrilled to be out on the park.
Called his 2 immediately. And up a comfortable pair. 6 from the over, 227 for 5.
Yeah, nice running. Drizzle to continue from the Lumley end. Hudson Prentice, who's yet to get off the mark. Oh, I love that aggressive line. A little bit slower from Drizzle. See the wind picking up there. Hopefully Stevie's not getting blown away up on the roof. Well, if he does, he does. Hudson Prentice down the ground and hits it to mid-on and runs to Potts, who shies. And that would have been very, very tight indeed. I don't think the throw missed by much. Hands on heads from Potts. That's another thing on these flat wickets. Can you pinch a run out and just take the heat off your bowlers one less time? It's a lovely aggressive line, that from George Drizzle. I like that. A little bit slow, a little bit of drift away from the bat. Brings both edges into play. Love to see that one nick straight to Ackerman. That one's a little bit short and a bit of turn there for George Drizzle. Watchful was James Coles as he tucked that away into the leg side. That's what you can do here. This partnership, just get through the overs quickly, try and build some pressure. It's good work from Drizzle, just one from the over. That was a risky single for Hudson Prentice to get off the mark. It's 228 for 5. Coles is on 78. Hudson Prentice on 1.
We go back to 2 slips.
So they've just changed that a little bit there. Sam Connors. 1 slip in place. Hudson Prentice up tall, defending off the back foot. Nice from Connors and nicely played by Hudson Prentice, who pushes into the offside and sets off immediately, picking up a single. Lots more comfortable than the one for him to get off the mark. This one's whipped away through mid-wicket. That's a glorious shot from Coles. Standing up tall. Tries to repeat the dose as he whips this one down to square leg. Ben Rain doing the fielding. There's 2 men in the deep down there. Sam Connors looking to attack the stumps here. This one is driven back at the bowler. This is driven away and we'll find the gap between point and cover. Not perfectly timed. Potts does well. In fact, really well to make the batsman work for every run there. As Coles gets back for 3. It's an expensive over. That one from Connors. 237 now for 5. Hudson Prentice moves on to 5. Coles is on 83. Maybe worth a change there. Done the job, Sam Connors picking up the wicket after tea. Drizzle continuing there. Nice and straight. Sweep for swing and a play and a miss. Nicely taken by Robinson. Hudson Prentice down the wicket. Potts attacks this one. Make sure that there is no run for Hudson Prentice on this occasion. Ooh, little bit of bounce, little bit of spin. Maiden over from Drizzle. Nice set. Will be a change of bowling. Buster Leader coming into the attack, replacing Sam Connors. Successful. Getting the wicket after the tea break of John Simpson. So this starts nicely. Met with a lovely full face of the bat by James Coles. Just overstepping there, Buster Lader. Pot in the dome. Don't just let this drift to the new ball. Break this partnership, especially the wicket of Coles is the one that they're after. Buster Leader just having second thoughts on his approach to the runway. The wind again very blustery, has been for most of today. Nice from Bus. Coles just walks across his stumps and easy as you like tucks it away into the leg side to pick up a single. We'll try and get a shot of the sight screen at the far end of the ground at the moment. You can see the flags and the trees really, really swaying in this gusty breeze. As the leader comes in, bowls a nice bouncer, just to remind Finn Hudson Prentice that he can't just jump onto the front foot. And there you see it. Great work, Stevie. Great work, Ross. Our two legends behind the curtain. See, really blowing strong. This is driven and in the air, and that's a softie. That is a beauty from Durham's point of view. Just chipping that one into the wakeful arms of Emilio Gay. And Durham pick up wicket number 6. And Hudson Prentice has to go for 5. Caught by Emilio Gay off the bowling of Bustaleda, who picks up his 2nd wicket of the day. Sussex, 240 for 5. It's good work from Durham. They've battled hard all day. Managed to keep the run rate in check for the majority of the day. You'll probably hear from our effects microphone. There, the wind really picking up, and you can hear the scaffolding really rattling around up there on top of both ends. But that ends a successful over from Bustaleda, and Durham do pick up a wicket. Wicket number 6 before the new ball is taken. 8 overs now till that second new ball. George Drizzle with Kookaburra in hand. There's been some really heavy showers forecast around this afternoon. But looking at the radar, and it's just split below Durham all the way up to Newcastle, and has left us. We've had some spots of rain and a tiny burst, but we've managed to get a full day's play in so far. Drizzles into the attack once more. Yeah, good work. Just a little new dynamic. There's no coincidence that every time Rob Rush leaves that we pick up a wicket. So from a Sussex point of view, you'll be pleased to know that Rob's back in the chair just after a little medical mishap. $241 for 6.
I think I've got the same impact for just Durham bowlers everywhere, because Bryden Cast picked up. He's picked up a wicket. He picked up Jaiswal for just 4. So
that's a big wicket.
India have lost an early one as they look to try set up that opening test match down at Headingley.
Carson, the new batsman.
I have to wait for Sam to put the wicket up now before I can see it.
From a Durham point of view, it was a lovely soft wicket. It was a length ball from Deleda. Hudson Prentice tried to drive it, got the stickers of the bat and lobbed to Emilio Gay in the covers. From a Sussex point of view, they'll be really disappointed with that one. Just signs of a little bit of turn in the last couple of overs as well from George Drizzle. Jack Carson rocks back. I thought he was going to try and cut that one, but plays it with a straight bat, and that ends another tight over from Drizzle. Just one from it. 241 for 6 Sussex. Second new ball just 7 overs away now.
Was that we got Chris Packett on the ground?
Yeah, I'm not surprised. We haven't seen more rubbish actually blow across the ground with this wind. It won't be on the ground for long, I don't think.
Nah, making its way over towards Vic. Oh, actually, hang on.
It's heading towards Peter Hartley at the moment.
Turned away to Lees from Coles. 85 now for him. He's got difficult period now to negotiate. That new ball just under 6 overs away. New batter at the other end. Sussex trying to get the first batting bonus point on the card. How does he go about this part of the innings?
Yeah, it's a tough one. He's batted really, really nicely after a slow start. His strike rate's around the 65 mark now.
Almost gets through the fences. Full shot from Coles.
Really attacking the stumps here, Deleda. Just trying to get Coles to play across the ball.
Seen it from Cody Youssef this season, bowling stump to stump, really not allowing any leaves, making the batter play at every single delivery.
Might be a little bit of, just as I said, how lucky we were with the weather. I don't know if there's a little bit of rain in the air. It certainly feels that way.
Well, the clouds
really closing in out there, and if we look away across as far as we can to the west, it definitely looks grey and gloomy. Pray for Stevie up on the roof. He's alright, he says up there. Breed them tough.
for the moment.
After his vegetarian hot pot for lunch.
You're never going to let that go, are you?
Nah, he's a beauty, mate. Good value. Seen that a number of times, haven't we, from Coles today. Just gets across into a position to tuck it away off his hip. Picks up a single off the last ball of the over. 242 for 6.
Yeah, those clouds that you cannot see on the screen are a lot darker from our position in the commentary box than what it appears on the live stream. But we've got lucky so far.
We have
Today. Just if we say that, then our sun... Weather's just toying with us, Ash.
It is. You've got a Zimbabwean out there in shorts and Grant Flowers just right at the very top of your screen, as you can see him wandering. So it can't be that bad. Just changed his line a little bit here to Coles, bowling more outside the off stump. Coles very comfortable in turning the ball into the leg side. So Drizzle's going to make him work for it. Pretty stacked offside field, slip backward point. 2 men in the covers. And the mid-off hovering about 3/4 of the way back. This one is that quicker ball from Drizzle. That's nicely pouched by Ollie Robinson behind the stumps. If you're not taking wickets, you don't want to be conceding runs. This one again defended. It's been a really good tight spell, this from Drizzle. He fires that one in.
Can he have a dot ball to end the over so that the lady can have a crack at Carson?
Yeah, really nice work. It's the second maiden in this spell. 6 overs, 2 maidens, none for 6. So he's done an excellent job after the tea break. His overall figures are 19 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 38. Much better than my reading skills are his bowling figures.
So that wind is really pushing the clouds through though, Ash.
Yeah. I don't know. Gonna see if we can get him to, if he can swing around with his camera up the top there, away to the west a little bit, because there's some absolute filthy clouds away to our left. And at the moment they seem to be sliding more to the north of the ground, which is saving us from what looks like an absolute downpour.
Tucked away off the pads for Carson's first run, and that'll be just a slight annoyance for today. That means Durham have to go back to their plan for Coles rather than having a crack at the new batter.
Yeah, there you go. You can see that around to the west. That's what's been sliding alongside us for quite a lot of the day, to be fair, and it just seems to be perfectly missing us here at the Banks Homes Riverside.
Matthew Potts had nothing to do with that delivery and still manages to lose his cap. Just an indication of how blustery it is.
I'm thrilled at the thought as well.
Coles scampers through for 1. Wanted to, but I think smartly sent back by Carson.
I tell you, if we get away without copping any rain here, it's going to be a miracle. So Alex Lees and Ryan Campbell will be absolutely thrilled with this spell from Deleda and from Drizzle keeping it tight. Picked up the wicket with Sam Connors after the tea break. Bastilleda's followed that up with the wicket of Hudson Prentice. They've worked really well in partnership.
Carson will have strike for the start of the next over, 2:45 for 6.
Yeah, where are we at overs wise?
4 left until that
76 done.
second new ball. Jesus, look at that.
Come on, stop scaring the people. That's what we've dealing with. We've got that all the way around us, and somehow we've managed to miss it. That's nice from Drizzle. Good attacking line. Yeah, maybe the man upstairs is a Durham or a Sussex fan.
What, Stevie?
I'm not sure Stevie's a fan of any cricket. He just loves a bit of camera work. One short and punched away, but won't beat mid off. He's learning though, Stevie. He comes in and he makes the odd educated comment every now and then about cricket. Oh, how was that missed? Absolute beauty from Drizzle. That one really turned. Oh, and then he goes feeling for one outside off stump. It's good from Drizzle. Just a little bit stuck at the moment, the Sussex batters, and this new ball is approaching very, very quickly as Drizzle's racing through his overs. That's another maiden over from Drizzle. He's doing a brilliant job for his captain and his team out there. You can almost see the rain to the north in the, in the sheets on the clouds, as you can see from your pictures there. But again, it looks like it's just slid down the side and all the way around us. Might be a little bit of rain falling out there now, I think. But we have been quite a strong breeze all day. Slater just put off there in his run-up. That's sometimes a hard thing with gusts of wind from the side.
Just knocks you.
Yeah, knocks you off your stride a little bit. I think Durham will be pleased with their attitudes today, that they've fielded with energy. They've managed to pick up 6 wickets so far as we approach the second new ball. I guess the one thing they'll be disappointed with was missing a couple of chances. Ben Rain with a tough one this morning, but the one that's hurting them at the moment is Coles at the non-strikers, and he's still there on 88 not out after being put down by Ollie Robinson. You would have to say, for a keeper of his standards, a pretty regulation catch down the leg side. Drizzle put down a similarly easy chance off the bowling of Potts that flew through his hands. That was off John Simpson's edge. But Sam Connors managed to pick him up not long after.
It's a really disciplined spell of bowling, this. The bowlers are backing each other up rather than it being tight at one end and a bit more floaty at the other.
Yeah, it's knowing your roles, isn't it? And I think both of these two know that the priority is this second new ball, and for every run that they can stop Sussex scoring, that puts Durham in a stronger position when that second new ball comes. That run rate hovering at just above 3. And for the last 5 overs, it's at 1 run and over. There's definitely some rain in the air now as that over from Bastelli comes to an end. There's 1 from it. So his spell, he's bowled 4 overs, 1 for 8 in this spell. And in George Drizzle's spell, he's bowled 7 overs, none for 6. So really good work from this pair, doing a great job for their team and for their captain. George Drizzle will have 1 more over You would think in this spell before Durham take the second new ball from his end.
Potentially one of Ackerman, just to get through to that second new ball a tad faster.
I don't know. I think they'll stick with Deleda. He's done a good job.
Just maybe thinking if Bass has got to have one more spell tonight. Because I think 8 overs each of Rain and Potts is probably just a tad too much if we are able to get all of them in.
Well, you can get an over, you've got 3, can't you, that you can manipulate.
Yeah, essentially ride the
Connors.
ride the hot hand with Deleda. I get that.
This is really good from Drizzle. I like these change of line here. He's gone from bowling very straight to just challenging both edges outside the off stump. Stevie up there wrestling with the camera, trying to give you the best shots we possibly can get you here today.
Oh,
That's nearly dragged on. That's what I'm talking about. Really trying to challenge both edges. And that would have been a bit of gold, that, for Durham, if they could have got rid of Coles before the second new ball. Brave bowling. This one picks up an inside edge this time. This is good stuff from Drizzle. This one's cut away, and good work from Buster Lader, helping out his partner. That's another maiden over as the lights come on here. That just gives you an indication of how gloomy it is. Take them probably about 5 to 10 minutes to get into full effect. Buster Lader will bowl the 80th over of the day, and after this over from Deleda, the second new ball will be available, which is being run onto the field now and being handed to the umpire in preparation. Will Rhodes getting the miles in the legs. George Drizzle does him a favour and actually says, you can field in the ring for this over. I'm going to drop down to third man. That might mean that somebody has to talk to Will.
who's the closest? Emilio? Yeah, it's Emilio at cover. Quick look round the rest of the grounds before the second new ball gets taken. Essex 224 for 6. They've steadied the ship slightly against Hampshire at Chelmsford. Somerset going well, 212 for 2 against Warwickshire down at Edgbaston. Worcestershire struggling against Surrey, 198 for 8. They are against the reigning champions, not 229 for 4. Yorkshire just bringing their way back into that game. Gloucestershire have been skittled by Derbyshire.
Oh, edged and gone. Deleda picks up a wicket, a well-deserved wicket, because this spell from these two has been absolutely superb. Drizzle from one end, Deleda from the other. They haven't gone for any runs, and Deleda picks up his second wicket in this spell. Carson goes for 2. Caught Robinson, bowled Deleda. And Sussex are 246 for 7 with the new ball available after this over.
Pressure reaps rewards for Alex Lees and particularly Baz Deleda. First appearance of the year for him after some injury issues. He'll be feeling good there. Currently has figures of 3 for 67 from 17 overs and 2 balls. This latest spell, as Ash has been talking about, has been really, really tight. Absolute beauty, that one, to get the outside edge of class, and had to play at it. 2 from 20 for him, just couldn't get going, tied down from both ends, and Deleda finds the outside edge. Gloucestershire 187 all out against Derbyshire. Kent 213 for 3 against Lancs. Middlesex 314 for 7 against Northamptonshire, and Glamorgan 245 for 4 against Leicestershire. That is your roundup of the grounds before the second new ball comes into play at the Riverside. I think as well we are the furthest game in terms of overs bowled.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Ollie Robinson, Sussex version, comes to the crease. And I tell you what, if in the back of my mind, if I'm Alex Lees and if I'm Emilio Gay, I'm looking around at these conditions, and I'm hoping we keep it tight, but I'm hoping we don't take 3 wickets very quickly, because I do not want to be facing Jofra Archer out there tonight.
What does Deleda have for the Sussex Robinson? Just fends that out into the offside.
Very capable, Ollie Robinson. Then you've got Jofra Archer, who is a very capable batsman at number 10. I've seen Sandhu score some niggly runs in his first-class career in Australia. Big, tall left-hander. What a shot that is. Ollie Robinson's just gone, what is all the fuss about out here, and whips that away from Deleda to get off the mark with a lovely boundary and bring up 250 for Sussex, and Sussex's first bonus point of the game.
Yeah, made it look simple there.
Beautiful
Just
shot.
whipped away through mid-wicket.
Just see the shadows, almost star-shaped shadows from Bastaleda, meaning that the lights are starting to take over from the natural light. So it'll be interesting to see what the umpire's approach to this is, as Durham about to take the second new ball. Ollie Robinson isn't bothered about the light at all as he pulls that one away for 4 authoritatively. 254 for 7, Ollie Robinson. Sussex edition moves on to 8. Excellent work from Bastaleda. It's a really good spell from him in tandem with George Drizzle's done a great job. 5 overs, 2 for 16 in that spell. Rain just starting to come down here. And the umpires are going to get together with the rain falling and it getting very gloomy and dark here. In fact, Lungley just tosses the ball to Peter Hartley and it looks like we're going to get on with it. It's the first time that we've had really raindrops on our window, so maybe the wind is just, and it has turned around a little bit towards us, so I'm hoping it doesn't bring rain this way. Ben Rain, ball in hand. James Cole's on strike on 88. He'll move immediately to 99, tucking that one off his hip nicely, as we've seen so much of today.
Scored 11 runs in 1 ball, did he?
What did I say? 99?
Yeah.
89, apologies. Just going to have a look at his wagon wheel here.
I always forget that's a thing we can look at on
Yeah.
on Play Cricket and
NV Play.
slip cord and immediately reinforced for Ollie Robinson. Rain fires that one in leg side.
He's been pretty even, to be fair. Scored, what have we got? 27, 40, 43 runs on the onside. Calls. Quite strong through cover and a few 4s through third man as well, helping.
Oh, inside edge. Scuttles away to Will Rhodes, who's back on boundary riding duty. Wonder if Emilio gave Lees a report on his chat. Emilio just went to his opening partner. Nah, not today anyway.
Send him back out.
Coles into the 90s.
Another thick inside edge.
Remarkably, Ash. Kyle's in front of us. It looks pretty positive.
Yeah. It's opened up again, hasn't it? Looks beautiful to the north. Still pretty gloomy here. Oh. Gone. Robinson falling across that one. Ben Rain strikes shin. Ben Rain picks up wicket. Number 2. And wicket number 8 for Durham. 257 for 8. Ollie Robinson goes for 9. After a couple of boundaries, his stay is brief.
I think that one goes down as plum.
Yeah, it looked pretty dead, didn't it?
As soon as...
We didn't get the celeb appeal. I'm wondering if he's been told off for that, Ben Rain. Because
we saw that in the Notts game, didn't we?
He normally does that, yeah. When he thinks it's dead, he just doesn't even turn around. But maybe he's had a word in his ear.
Paul Coughlin has been... He's run all the way out to the middle. Looked like he was going to be turned away.
Is that Emilio Gay, the one getting a drink? The one who's
I think Rhodes as well. The 2 boundary riders for that last ball. The rain just starting to come down a bit heavier now. I wonder if...
Yeah, it is as well.
We're going to get taken from the field.
Jofra Archer, I think, is going to walk past the Toblerones and turn around and walk back off. Yep, covers have been called for. It's a really good period of play for Durham. After tea, Sussex are 8 down for 257. Coles, the main man, on 90 not out. But wickets, 4 wickets in that brief session, have Durham, what you have to say, in a pretty strong position now. Look really good for Sussex. Resuming, I think, on 204 for 4. After the tea break, Durham have picked up 4 crucial wickets. The players are leaving the field. We are going to leave you with the wide camera on for a period of time and turn our microphones off. We're going to have a little breather and we'll be back with you when play commences.
Well, after the briefest of rain delays, players are back out on the edge of the boundary after umpires have called them back from the dressing room. Jofra Archer will be on strike for the final ball of the 81st over. Unsurprisingly, the Durham boys are the keener of the two sides to come back out after the rain break, and even the great Ash Thorpe is also enjoying his little break. Enjoy your sit on the beanbags, mate. Not for long enough. Well, one team's ready to play cricket. Almost at a point now where it's that bright the lights could probably go back off. That little passing shower, as we have mentioned throughout the day, based on the forecast from the Met Office in particular, we were fearful that we wouldn't be on past 2 o'clock, and instead it was 5 o'clock and we're only off for about 10 minutes or so. As eventually James Coles and Jofra Archer return to the middle. Jofra Archer on strike for his first red ball game in 4 and a bit years. Actually, probably also almost feels a bit anticlimactic. He's walking out to middle ready to bat and he's get taken off for rain.
Yeah, I was just about to shut my eyes there on a beautiful beanbag. And then Sam Blacklock messaged me going, they're going back out. I was like, no. Then I looked around and, like you say, it was beautiful and bright. Ben Rain to continue after the rain, picking up the wicket of Ollie Robinson. Joe Rushworth informed me that on his county championship debut up here a few years ago, scored a century. Oh, and that one nips down the leg side. It's a brilliant bit of work from Ollie Robinson. Acrobatic. Ends the over. A wicket taking over from Ben Rain, the first one with the new ball. 257 for 8.
Matthew Potts, unsurprisingly.
Yeah.
From the Finkel end. You mentioned just before we went off, Ash, that Amelia Gay and Alex Lees wouldn't want to bat now. I think wouldn't want to bat with that cloud. I think they wouldn't mind a quick burst before the day's done if Durham can wrap this up. Been a very healthy over rate from.
Yeah, it's been excellent, that Durham over rate. Helped by 21 overs of off-spin from George Drizzle. A third of those being maiden overs. Potts is in from the Finkel end. And a swing and a miss from James Coles. James Coles, 90 not out, just 10 away from 100.
Can Jofra Archer stay with him long enough to get there?
See all the cameramen now out and around the ground, trying to get a glimpse of Jofra Archer.
I think they were
making everybody else feel absolutely inadequate and insignificant.
I think they were perhaps wanting to snap Archer with ball in hand rather than bat, but any photos will do.
Yeah. Well, James Coles is the man of the moment. He's on 90 not out. And he's going to move to 94 not out. In hot pursuit of first-class century number 5. James Coles, nicely picked up.
Yeah, lovely flick of the wrists. Choosing the aerial route through mid-wicket. Aerial route, sorry. First boundary of this second new ball.
Oh, for the second time in the over, one whistles past the outside edge and through to Ollie Robinson. Durham version. 261 for 8. Coles 94.
Updated scheduled close of play is 12 past 6.
I can deal with that. We normally don't get out of here till like 6:30 anyway, do we? Well, sometimes later than that if it's rained. Thanks to Durham's good over rate. We'll have to give the lads a pat on the back for that. It's Coles again. Been very strong through square leg today. Picks up another single. Moves on to 95 now.
Going to be just one ball for Jofra Archer to face off Matt Potts. And Jofra Archer has his first runs in red ball cricket in 4 years. It's not the most convincing of shots, but he won't mind, and neither will Sussex, who moved to 266 for 8, and Ash probably would have been looking at a score of over 350 at the very least, and now looking to scramble up towards 300.
Yeah, when you're 204 for, what was it, for 4 at tee, you're definitely looking 400 plus. Durham have done really well to fight back after tee. Some excellent tight bowling from George Drizzle, and wickets for Connors and Bustaleda and Ben Rain just before the rain break. Ben Rain is going to continue now. Coles walks across his stumps. That one thuds into his thigh pad.
Archer was keen then.
Yeah. I think Archer's here for a good time. It's been that long since he's played. It looks like he's forgot his bat stickers. Might be chasing a new sponsorship deal.
You got any in mind for him, or?
Oh, I could think of one, but I'm not sure they could afford him. That is for sure.
There is something nice about just a plain cricket bat for once, rather than it being covered.
I'm sure he could just about have the choice of anybody that he wanted as long as the price was right. Oh, that one just bounces a little bit, that one from Ben Rain. Effects of the new ball. Cole's taking the bottom hand off the bat. He's on 95. Thirteen fours. 159 balls so far. This is edged. It's put down. Bustaleda has put that one down, having to dive forward.
Was that the third drop-off Rain today? I mean, he's dropped
one
of them.
himself, yeah, and then the one down the leg side, and then that one. It's the second one he's had Coles dropped. Later diving forward, unable to get his hands underneath it, and another life for James Coles.
Scampered a single as well.
96 now. Brings Archer back under strike. I wonder if Rainey gives him one. It's nicely driven down the ground by Archer. I'm not sure if I was a Durham fast bowler, I'd be bowling him all half volleys, I reckon. Well played. I'm not sure Archer would care because I think he's going to dish it out when he bowls. Seen him play some second team and some club cricket. He doesn't hold back when he plays that, so he's definitely not going to hold back here. And a miss from Archer ends the over from Ben Rain. Just the one from it.
Should be
That
the wicket
run,
as well.
yeah, that run coming from a missed opportunity. As Coles survives, moves to 96. Sussex 267 for 8. Durham looking to bowl Sussex out on day one, which would be a fantastic achievement on pretty good surface. What you would have to say is that in general the overheads have been pretty good for bowling for most of today, although this blustery breeze doesn't really help anyone. There's been a bit of rain around in the air. And this round of Rothesay County Championship games are with the Kookaburra ball.
Matthew Potts would absolutely love.
How's he got none for?
Exactly. He had that drop in the slips, but he's bowled really nicely. 15 overs and 1 ball. 3 maidens, none for 55 so far. Let's talk about it. That spell after lunch where really just hung it outside that 4th stump line, trying to find any sort of movement. On another day, he probably ends up with at least 1, if not 2, from that spell. Coles moves to 97. One more to the total. James Coles, 97. Not out from 162. Gets down a non-striker's end, trusts Archer with the last ball of the over. Surely the lights could go back off now.
I'm not sure. It's still gloomy-ish out there. I'm not sure once you... Oh, I guess you can turn them off. No regulation to say that they have to stay on once they've been put on, is there? Save the planet. Save the lecky bill.
That is a peach from Potts that just evades Archer's outside edge, 270 for 8.
See the lights on there. Still gloomy-ish in the background, but yeah, it was much better than when we went off for rain. Somebody's trying to sell ice creams up on the main street. Potts luckless today. None for contemplating life. I reckon if he shaves that tash off, he'll get some more luck.
Oh, but I'll back you on that one.
I think there's a bit of rain in the air again out there. There's definitely rain at the top of his mark with ball in hand. One slip in place for Coles, who's just 2 away now from a century. This one's played across into the leg side. They'll get at least 1. They're thinking of a second. But Emilio Gay gets round to do the fielding.
Yeah, Coles definitely set off for 2, but I think quickly realised 1 was only going to be possible and threw his glove up to his partner.
Ben Rain puts another slip in place. Ackerman and Drizzle, the men waiting. Ben Rain brings Emilio Gay up into the ring to just try and keep Jofra Archer on strike and keep James Coles waiting as long as possible. 2 slips in place, a backward point, a deepish cover point, cover and a mid-off. Archer up tall in defence, back to Ben Rain. Yeah, just a reminder that ex-Gloucestershire and England bowler Sid Lawrence passed away this morning in his battle with motor neurons disease. Sad to see him go. Trailblazer for black cricketers playing for England. Archer pulls away and will pick up his second boundary and move into double figures. Just a little bit short from Ben Rain.
That was a lot more convincing than his first boundary. Lovely pull shot.
Apologies, moves on to 9. Coles out there, 99, 164 balls, 13 fours. This one is cut away and Bastelida does well. Moves around to his right. Prevents a single. 275 for 8 on the board. Closer play in Blackpool. Kent 213 for 3.
Rain's starting to come down a bit now here as well.
This is edged. And that ball will rain down towards the boundary. Bastelida will cut it off just in front of the Toblerones. And we'll keep it to 2. It's good fielding. This partnership already getting into nuisance value for Durham. Just hit the 20 mark as Archer moves into double figures. It's coming quick time of just 24 balls. And solid in defence, Jofra Archer. Brings the end of the over. 277 for 8. Archer on 11. And the man on strike is James Coles, and he's on 99. He's facing Matthew Potts.
Yeah, just Will Rhodes at third and Ben Rain and Sam Connors on the leg side. On the boundary, everyone else is in close. Can Matthew Potts break the resistance shown by James Coles, who's been given a couple of lives? He's made the most of them.
Ooh.
How? How?
Rain just starting to get a bit heavier out there as well. Ten overs after this one remaining in the day.
It's good from Potts.
The nerves of 99. Getting steadier now, the drizzle.
The nerves of 99 and no more for James Coles. First class century, number 5 for the Sussex. Top order bat. He's had his chances. He's been given a couple of lives by the Durham fielders, but he's made the most of them, which is what you have to do. 13 fours in his innings off 169 deliveries. He's been out there a long time and he's made Durham pay for not removing him sooner.
Yeah, great effort from James Coles. Been very, very strong on the leg side. And picks up a century. Like you say, a couple of chances. But that's not his problem. He's been able to profit, bringing up first class century number 5.
Quick single to end the over. James Coles almost has the ball clatter into his shin, was the ferocity from the throw from Clark up at mid-wicket. Or cover, excuse me, as that rain does begin to come down. It started to ease up a little bit after the third or fourth ball. Is now starting to come down once again here in Chester Street. Can Durham end this lower order resistance?
22, the partnership. Archer looking very comfortable out there so far. He's on 12. James Coles just getting a little bit of a breather at the non-striker's end. Getting to soak in all the emotions and feelings of relief. Getting to a century. His 5th in first class cricket. Archer again tucks this away nicely off his legs. He'll pick up a single. As Emilio Gay fields that one out in the deep. And this rain coming with the new ball on hand is a bit of a disaster. The only bonus for Durham is the fact that Sussex are 8 down. But you want to keep your cricket ball as dry as possible. Looks like the rain has stopped there for a moment, or it's got a lot lighter. Coles solid in defence, much to somebody's approval. Might be somebody up on the Sussex balcony, that one, I think. 280 for 8 on the board. Archer 13, Coles 100. Nine overs in the day's play after this one. This is defended out into the offside and is set off immediately for a single. Nice soft hands from Coles. Archer flashes a drive through the heavily guarded cover region and finds the fence. Lovely shot from Jofra Archer.
Yeah, this will be growing frustration for Alex Lees. Would have wanted to knock Sussex over relatively quickly after returning from that rain delay.
This one on the money from Ben Rain ends the over. Over number 87 now in the books. 285 for 8, Archer 17. At a runner ball, calls 101 not out. 9 overs remaining in the day.
Not quite sure what the plan was there. It looks like it was just to get Archer on strike with Graham Clark being sent back to the boundary as well. He's now going to come in, but could have walked that single, to be honest.
Yeah, it was that comfortable. They actually looked for 2.
Yeah, Cole's dropped on 36 and on 95. Potts turns Archer into an S. It dribbles along the floor to Mia Gay at point. Edged along the floor down to Rhodes at third. It's not been Matthew Potts' day today. It's not for lack of trying either. Just hasn't quite fallen his way.
Yeah, it's been big efforts all day from Potter. Just hasn't had the luck go his way. Oh, there's a mix-up and a slip. Durham unable to capitalise again on a run-out opportunity.
Three singles from the over. 288 for 8 as Sussex look to creep towards a second batting bonus point.
If a little Sam Connors burst take Potts out of the firing line here. 18 overs for Potts, none for 63. Doesn't reflect the effort and how well he's bowled. Bouncer from Ben Rain. Just a reminder that the new scheduled close of play is for 6:12. Alex Lee's not happy with the ball. He's going to go and have a chat with umpire Peter Hartley. Umpire Hartley says, crack on. This is tucked away off his hip by Coles. Immediate call of 2. And he touches and gets back comfortably. Very good running. This is whipped away through the leg side. Good hand from Drizzle. Archer looking more and more comfortable with every passing moment out there. Thinks of a second, but Emilio Gay flies in and prevents that from happening.
Partnership worth 35. And every single one of those runs are painful ones. Even more so when, as you say, adding the fact James Coles has been dropped twice on 36 and 95. Durham will still be happy with their work overall, but just making it a tad more difficult for themselves. And that's lovely. Punch off the back foot from Coles. Beats the dive of Graham Clark in the floppy hat at short extra cover. And Sussex move 1 hit away from their second batting bonus point.
Coles up tall again. Punches this one out into the leg side, but won't beat George Drizzle, who gets around, does the fielding. 296 for 8. Coles 110. Archer on 19. Good niggle value in this partnership for Sussex. 39. Now the partnership.
Long days these. 7 overs left on day one. Sussex would love to still be batting come tomorrow morning.
Whew, what a shot that is.
Well stopped by Baz Deleda. That, for all money, looked like it was going to run for 4.
Joffre the all-rounder. Almost gone into one-day mode, this game at the moment. Sweepers on both sides. Especially for Coles, who's playing nicely.
Just gets more and more frustrating for Matthew Potts and Durham. Sussex, 302 for 8. That's their second batting bonus point up in the 90th overs. Durham just toiling a little bit towards the end of day one.
I think that was right off Archer's backside.
I was wondering what Potts was doing, looking at the umpire for. I knew it was a playful appeal of some sort, but couldn't quite figure it out. Sounding lovely coming off the bat. Ran down to third man for another single, 303 for 8.
6 overs left in the day's play. This partnership becoming increasingly frustrating for Durham as George Drizzle is about to come into the attack. Ends Ben Rain's spell, picking up the wicket with the second new ball, trapping Ollie Robinson in front. It's a partnership of 46. George Drizzle brilliantly leading into the new ball being taken. Figures of 1 for 38 from 21. He tosses this one up, and Archer has a whack at that, but it goes all the way along the ground to Matthew Potts, who probably with a bit of anger throws that one all the way back into the keeper. Down the leg side, missed by Robinson, and Archer gets through for a single. It's a bye. Archer lays back and slaps that one through the offside. That does very well to prevent that going for 4.
I think that's
so it's
50.
not delayed it. Is that the 50 partnership up as
It
well
is
between
indeed.
these two?
It's Connors out there, I
Yeah,
think.
it is Sam Connors who's just limps away from that. Bustalito currently doing his shoelace up at backward point. This one again is hit down to Potts at long on. Archer strolls through for another single. 5 off that drizzle over. 308 for 8.
It's 5 without really taking any risks. She's comfortable it will be a double change. Baz Deleda wasn't just doing a shoelace up because he felt like it. He's been asked to strap him up for one last spell this evening by his skipper. Bowled really well just after tea, picking up a couple of wickets. That one stings Emilio Gay. A backward point. Short and wide loose from Deleda, and Archer gratefully accepted the invitation. That one will not be stopped.
What a shot that is. And what a crack off the bat.
Media Gay now goes back onto the fence. There's an extra layer of protection. That's high. And it's a good diving grab from Sam Connors. Jofra Archer played well for his 31 off 34. Trying to step on the accelerator. Pulls one out to Sam Connors. He runs round from deep backward square to deep mid wicket, takes the grab. Deleda has 4. Durham pick up maximum bowling bonus points. And Jofra Archer's cameo comes to an end.
Yeah, 31 from Archer. But what about that catch from Connors? Judged it well, ran a long way to his left, dived at full strength, and then just plucked it in. Really good work from Sam Connors. That brings Gurinder Sandhu out to the crease, who's got the old hot step going on. That partnership was just starting to get out of control from a Durham point of view. '61, the partnership. What about that shot over the offside for 6 from Archer? That was incredible.
I thought it'd gone all along the ground for
Yeah,
4.
I didn't pick it up initially at first. And then it just sailed away. I'll tell you what, Durham openers. Naughty here.
Definitely in night watch territory.
Where's young Minto when you need him? Imagine that, sending Minto out to face Joffrey for an over. I bet Minty's happy he's in a car on his way down to Kent at the moment.
I think the bloke standing at mid-on, Matthew Potts, will probably have that.
Oh my God.
Probably have that thrown onto him by Alex Lees. I wonder if Lees will pull the double rank card and send Emilio Gay out to open instead of him. Sandhu on debut, delayed and looking for 5.
Potts and Lees in discussion around rollers. I tell you what, I'm in discussion with. I do not want to bat tonight. It's gone gloomy again. The lights are in full effect. Joffre will be warm after being out there for about 40 minutes. How long was he out there for? 34. No, 43 minutes he was out there for.
Sweepers go back for the final ball of the over. Might just see us change an approach from Coles now as well. 314 for 9. Delayed with the crucial breakthrough, ending 9th wicket partnership of 61 between Coles and Archer. 4 overs left in the day. Just a reminder that you do lose, if the wicket falls in the middle of the over, you lose the over you're in and also 2 for the change of innings.
So that would be down to 1.
Oh, you definitely... yeah, Matthew Potts is definitely being told to pad up for that one. Whoever he's batting with as well is telling him to face strike as well.
We saw that in the Somerset game where Minto came out to face.
Like you set a club record.
Mm-hmm. 67 as a night watchman.
There are absolutely no fielders in the ring. Everyone is back on the fence.
It's like a rubbish club game, that, isn't it?
And Coles is going to take the single. Why wouldn't you?
Sure, I can see some light rain in the air again. Just having a look. There's a black sight screen down the far end of the ground, looking into in the trees. Looks like there's just a bit of Drizzle with the ball and drizzle in the air. Sandhu drives beautifully strong. Left hand from Emilio Gay.
Think that
Just
went.
saved 3 runs.
I think it went to him on the full as well. Judging by the immediate reaction of the bowler.
I didn't pick it up very well at all. I just heard the crack of the bat. Oh, nicely bowled from Drizzle.
I think he immediately went catch it, and then just watching him looked a little bit shocked it hadn't stuck.
Coles somehow manages to drag that onto the onside.
See, I'd have been tempted to leave the field up there for that last 2 balls, just gifted Coles the strike for the start of the next over. 3 left in the day of this opening 96 overs here at Banks Homes Riverside for the Rothesay County Championship.
Coles happy to give Sandhu the strike. 318 for 9. Delay in search for a 5-wicket haul.
Would be his first one for the club since joining in 2023. 2 slips now. Tight leave from Sandhu on debut. Slower ball from Delay to there.
India close on 90 for 2 at Headingley. Day 3, a lead of 96. Bryden Carson, Ben Stokes with the wickets. Quick summary around the grounds. Essex 292 for 8. Recovery there against Hampshire. Notts 290 for 6. Somerset 281 for 3. And Surrey 39 without loss in reply to Worcestershire's 209 all out. Gloucestershire all out 187. Derbyshire 94 for 1. Mentioned the close at Blackpool. Kent 213 for 3.
Somehow that doesn't take out the off stump of Sandhu. 318 for 9.
Some recovery by Middlesex.
Who's done damage?
Cracknell 100. Holman with 51. They've closed the day on 397 for 8. Pleased to see Cracknell for a Durham University student. Very, very good player. Glamorgan 305 for 5 as well. Good day with the bat for them. Century for Tribe.
Going to look for 2, but it's not going to be on.
Just be the single. I'll tell you who'll be the happiest men. 2 men out on the field right now are the 2 Durham opening batters. Because any wicket to fall now would bring the close of play. They can come back tomorrow. Sandhu neatly tucks that away off his legs and will pick up another single. Moves the score under 320 for 9. Comfortable dot ball all round.
How would you assess this opening day, Ash? Who would be happier going in to the dressing room?
I think Durham will be the happiest. Being asked to bowl first with the Kookaburra ball, having Sussex 9 down, potentially bowled out on day 1, is an excellent effort. For me, anyway. What are your thoughts?
I think I'd agree. Sussex will be happy with how... Well, they won't be happy with how they started after tea, but they'll be happy with how they've responded, particularly that partnership between Coles and Archer.
Oh, there's that arm ball again. Nearly gets through.
So Sussex will be happy with that. Obviously, James Coles, as long as he's there, they'll be happy to keep Durham out in the field. But I think overall they will look at it as a bit of a missed opportunity to potentially go big. As you mentioned at the start, you kind of want to bat once and bat long.
And the thing from Durham's point of view that will really disappoint them about the day is the 3 missed opportunities. Ben Rain, a tough caught and bowled. Ollie Robinson dropping one down the leg side off Ben Rain. Well, there's been 4 missed opportunities, hasn't there? And then the catch from Drizzle was dropped in slip. And then Basteleda, I think Coles was on 96, or 95 actually, when he moved to 96 when he was dropped at backward point. So to create 13 at the moment, opportunities on day 1, they'll be really pleased with. They'll also be pleased with that session leading up to the second new ball where they bowled really tight. I'll be hoping in this last over of the day that Basteleda can pick up his 5th and they can knock Sussex over. Energy and attitude in the field's been good all day. Hit right on the cut-off time. Just started the last over of the day. 12 minutes past 6.
Last ball of the day. Just one off the first ball of the over. Durham asked to bowl by John Simpson. Picked up maximum bowling points with a Kookaburra ball on day one. Basteleda has 4 of them. George Giselle picks up 1. Sam Connors, his first outing in a Durham shirt, he picks up a couple, and Ben Rain has 2 as well. James Coles is still there though, 117 from 190 for him. Durham giving him a couple of lives, and he's made the most of that. He'll return tomorrow with the strike first up tomorrow morning. Sandhu doing his job for his partner. He'll also be out there with 2 from 18. Matthew Potts, the unlucky bowler from Durham, unable to get a wicket, although deserved one. Had John Simpson put down, in the cordon by George Giselle. But overall for Durham, they will be happy they've managed to pick up those bowling points and only have to knock Sussex over once tomorrow before they can get going with the bat. As the players make their way from the field, the lights flicker off. We will also leave you for the evening.
I was wondering where you're going with that.
We'll be back with you tomorrow morning from just before 11 o'clock.